Day 3 here in Japan for the Fly A and A Windsurfing World Cup. We will forecast big wins today. We were up early, but it hasn't quite yet delivered, but the clouds are looking ominous. The wind is coming, and we are already going with a men's winners final. So, end of day 3 here in Japan, and what a day it was. We had from winds ranging from 8 knots up to over 20 knots. We had guys and girls going on the fin, but I tell you what, the winner of the day was definitely the foil. But the results were up and down. In the women, a consistent day for Marion Mortefon. She sits at the top of the tree, but a win for Delphine Cousin-Kestel in the last one puts her up. But I would say the winner of the day has to be Blanca Alabao, a first and a second.
I was being consistent in the dives, and in the last one I say, okay, I go all or nothing, and did a good inside and good last reach, so finally I won my first elimination.
In the men, we had 3 different winners for 3 eliminations. The first one went to the 2021 foil champion Nicholas Goya. The second one, a real tight battle between Matteo Iachino and Enrico Marotti, with Iachino taking the win. And in the last one, Enrico Marotti finally got the win.
Final that I won, I had a really good start, and from there on I just pushed really hard. I went for it, I was really focused, and I managed to bring it home.
Leader in the overall, Matteo Iachino sits at the top of the tree, and he now leads the overall world rankings. Enrico Marotti in second, and Maciej Rakowski has not given up the world title race just yet. So with 2 more days left to go, the title races are wide open. So stay tuned to PWA TV, because we will be bringing you all the action. Okay, welcome to day 4 here at Japan. Yesterday I promised you wind. I was like, it's coming, it's coming. Well, it came a bit late, but it's finally here now. We're here in this 30-knot gust on the course area. Jordy Vonk has just come in and changed to his 5.6 on the fin. Yeah, it's absolutely cranking. A lot of people are getting ready right now. I'm going to try and catch a few people before they go out, but it's a bit hectic. I don't know if you can see behind me. Maybe we can have a quick look. It's pretty breezy. I also heard it's super choppy, so that could favour the foil. And that is, again, the big question, fin or foil. Alex Cousin here, let's have a quick word. He's probably going to go on the foil. Are you going on the foil or the fin? The fin or the foil?
Fin.
Fin?
Yeah.
What size sail?
6'2".
Okay. It's pretty breezy.
Yeah. Should be okay.
Okay, good luck, man. There we go. So 6'2" on the fin. And that's a guy who loves a bit of foil, so that might give you some indication. Marion Mortfon, sorry, I'm just running around. We've got to go live soon. Marion, are you excited?
Yeah!
What are you thinking?
I really wants to do a fin. So I hope the wind will stay like this and we're gonna have a good action.
And a bit of a difference for the girls today, you're going to do bigger fleets.
Yeah. If the wind stays strong, we're gonna do bigger fleet like 14.
Okay.
Right. I think it's okay because the wind will be okay. Let's see. But I'm going with my small board.
What size sail?
97. Size 50. 50.
5.0. It's windy. Yeah. All right, good luck today. So there you go. It's breezy. Well, we'll see if we can catch maybe someone else. We got Mr. Mortfon. Does he look stressed? No, he doesn't look stressed. Boom. What are you going on? What size sail? What size board?
Let's see.
You don't know, is it?
I don't know.
Secret.
Check. Everything is ready.
Everything.
From 7.9 to 5.0.
What are you going to test first?
I think I'm going to go fin to get used to it again.
I heard Geordie's going on a 5.6.
Yeah. 5.8.
5.8.
Yeah. The fact is, I was just discussing with him, and he's on one of the first hit,
Okay.
and the wind's supposed to drop like between 9 and 10. So, like being on the quarter, I'm gonna say like in 1 hour.
Okay.
So you never know. That's the problem a little bit.
Yeah.
For sure now it's 5.8. Before it was like freaking windy.
Yeah.
But then, especially with the big hole, sometimes you need something to play in.
Yeah.
But now on the foil it's wow.
It's windy. So if you went on the foil now, what sail would you go
5.0.
on? 5.0. All right, man.
On the fin, yeah, on the fin I think, I don't know. I will try the 6.8 now. But I think it's too much for the moment. But yeah, check the guy.
All right, man. Good luck today. Right, let's go back to the booth. Back to the booth. Oh, unless we're still with me. We don't know. We can carry on. You never know. We might be still with me. You've just been out there.
Oh yes, I was out. I tried 5.8, tried 6.8 on a small board. It was windy. It's gusty, like it's been all event already,
Yeah.
but the gusts were strong. I think they measured 30-35 knots. I felt it.
So if you were racing right now, what would you go?
5.8 small board.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. I'm
I
excited.
mean, again, I went out with 6.8 too. It was too big. You know, the moment I passed the finish line,
Well-
it was too big, and it's so freaking choppy.
So should
choppy.
that favour the foil, though?
Yeah, potentially yes. Potentially yes. I mean, to be honest, I checked windy. I actually expect a huge drop between now and the next hour.
Okay.
I saw the base of the wind now supposed to be 24 knots, and at 10, 17. You know, and that's a couple sizes bigger. Huh?
Okay.
So I'm in heat 3. I think I go out with 5.8. I think we'll still be fine, but probably along the elimination, it's gonna be bigger stuff.
It's going to be a difficult day today.
Very difficult, but exciting.
Good luck. All right. Going to the booth. Day 3 here in Japan for the Fly A&A Windsurfing World Cup. We were forecast big winds today. We were up early, but it hasn't quite yet delivered, but the clouds are looking ominous. The wind is coming, and we are already going with a men's winners final. So end of day 3 here in Japan, and what a day it was. We had from winds ranging from 8 knots up to over 20 knots. We had guys and girls going on the fin, but I tell you what, the winner of the day was definitely the foil. But the results were up and down. In the women, a consistent day for Marion Mortefon. She sits at the top of the tree, but a win for Delphine Cousin-Kestel in the last one puts her up. But I would say the winner of the day has to be Blanca Alabao, a first and a second.
I was being consistent in the dives, and in the last one I say, okay, I go all or nothing, and did a good inside and good last reach, so finally I win my first elimination.
In the men, we had 3 different winners for 3 eliminations. The first one went to the 2021 foil champion Nicholas Goya. The second one, a real tight battle between Matteo Iachino and Enrico Marotti, with Iachino taking the win. And in the last one, Enrico Marotti finally got the win.
Final that I won, I had a really good start, and from there on I just pushed really hard. I went for it, I was really focused, and I managed to bring it home.
Leader in the overall, Matteo Iachino sits at the top of the tree, and he now leads the overall world rankings. Enrico Marotti in second, and Maciej Rakowski has not given up the world title race just yet. So with 2 more days left to go, the title races are wide open. So stay tuned to PWA TV, because we will be bringing you all the action. Welcome to day number 4 here in Japan for the Fly ANA Windsurfing World Cup. And yesterday I kept promising you wind. Well, it was a bit late, but it's finally here. We've got gusts of 30 knots on the course area. We've got guys and girls taking some of their smallest gear. Jordi Vonga just spoke to him, 5'8" on his small board on the fin. Said super choppy out there, could favour the foil. We've got winds maybe dropping. It's going to be a really difficult day, and you know what that means on the live stream. We are gonna get some seriously good action. We're definitely gonna have some upsets. We're gonna have different riders maybe at the front. We've got guys and girls both going for world titles at this competition. It's the last competition of 2022. It's a one-off world championship for the women. Winner takes all here in Japan. The winner will be the world champion. In the men, they've already had 1 competition in silt. We had Amado Vrieswijk winning that, Maciej Rakowski second, Matteo Iachino third, Pierre Mortefon fourth, Matthias Isaac in fifth, and Enrico Marotti in 6th. So what does that mean coming into this event? You would think it would hand the advantage to Amado Vrieswijk, but, and there is a big but, he's not kicked off here in Japan very well. I think he hit something yesterday, and he was on a bit of a comeback and had a massive crash, just broke his boom into pieces. So he's not looking good after he didn't make the final in the first elimination as well. It's looking very good for Matteo Iachino. He's leading this event at the moment. He's leading the overall world rankings. And Maciej Rakowski is not far behind, though. He's right in the hunt here in Japan and about 1 place behind in the overall rankings now to Matteo Iachino. What will today bring? Will it favour Matteo Iachino? Will Amado put on a comeback? Will we see Rakowski step up? That's what we're looking at. In the women, obviously Marion Mortefon, 2021 foil world champion, is leading this event here in Japan and obviously leading that world title race, but all to play for today. I just spoke to her before. She's going to go on the fin. Well, that's exactly what she's going to go first. And it's a different fleet format for the women today. Bigger fleet format, kind of half fleet, semis, and then straight into finals. So any mistakes in those finals could be very costly and put a big score on the board. So a lot can change today. Is it over for Delphine Cousin-Kestel? Certainly not. With the way the format is for the women today, we could see 4 eliminations, which could change everything around. Also, Justine Lementier is looking very good in 2nd place, and she has got some skills on the fin as well. So expect to see that move. We've got Alabao as well. She's had really good results. She needs a discard. Will this type of win favour her? I'm not so sure. We'll have to wait and see. So the scene is set for a good day to here on, well, good day here on day 4 in Japan. Looking forward to racing starting very soon. We don't have much rain on the forecast, so Drone footage should be solid throughout the day, so we are looking good. Let me know in the comments where you're watching from, who you're rooting for, who is going to step up on day 4. We've got today and tomorrow left. Tomorrow is the last day, so it is really all to play for, and today could have a big say in that world title race. Right, let me just catch up with where we are, who's tuning in. Where are you people? Let's have a look on Facebook. Let's have a look on YouTube, see if the comments are coming in. Hopefully people are still awake. Well, it depends where you are in the world, obviously. We've got a worldwide audience, so it does make a difference. Looks like Bash is tuning in the UK. Looks rough, we're hearing. It's pretty choppy. Not your average windsurfer from the USA is tuning in. Bit of support from Matteo Yukino. We are already starting by the looks of it. Look at that, it's nice to see. And this is proper fin versus foil at the moment. Early rounds in the men. We are going to see a few crashes today. There's no doubt about it. It's difficult conditions. That low camera also gives you definitely a good look at the wind out there. Japanese in full force in this early rounds. Japan 77 looking good. Looks like it's a general recall. We don't want too many of those today. Japan 77, Nagai had a good start there, so we'll have to keep an eye on him. Jorgen saying go Rakowski. Let's go Finn. We've got Jorgen, he's obviously turned in from Sweden. Midnight in the UK, so this is a good late night viewing. A few of the Polish tuning in, support Maciek. Looks like he's got the full support crew out there. All right, let me have just a quick look on Facebook. We'll tune into that as well. Okay, so maybe there's... We got Max Ent saying, watching from San Francisco. Look at this. This is good, isn't it? This is what we want to see. You want to see wind. That's what all windsurfers want to see. That's what we relate to. Storm Windsurf says, finally some fin racing. Tahiti is tuning in with Christopher. New Zealand is watching. Roland says, go Finn. Yeah, we are on for some exciting race today. We just hope this wind holds. We've been pretty unlucky, actually, because it's been blowing all the way through the night. It has been cranking. This morning, I would say there was maybe even gusts up to 40 knots, 35 at least. So I think that's Geordie Voncourt. No, PM Mortafon maybe having a little blast here. Look at this. This is what we want to see, isn't it? Am I getting too excited? Well, maybe not. Basher says, no Facebook live stream. Don't worry, they are working on it. Bonaire tuning in. Italy tuning in for a bit of Yukino supporting. We got Pavel over in Canada watching. Fin versus foil. You know, we've asked that question lots of times, but this is a proper fin versus foil. We've got, sorry, Rita's just going around the jibe mark there. They've just put the GoPro on him to get some head cam footage for the live, and he's like, don't fall in because we could lose the connection. He looks over and goes, are you kidding me? He said, I'm scared out there. It's going to be tough stuff. Roland says, great coverage. We got Skip over in California saying some proper wins. Carousel tuning in as well. Let's go Amado. We got João from Portugal tuning in. Denmark are back supporting with Cornham and the Beast, Johan So. I think he's made every final so far or something. Matabove saying send it Monday. A bit of support from Matteo from over in Melbourne, Australia. It's blowing here as well. So, a couple of 3 over earlies in that first round. So, a few of the guys getting a bit excited as well with the wind. So J54, J21 and Singapore 21 all will be out of that first round. Okay, welcome to the Facebook audience. Finally joining us. We are here. Don't worry, we haven't forgot about Facebook. But the YouTube guys have had a little bit of extra. What can I say? You know what I mean? So, if you are just tuning in, welcome. Day number 4. We are on. Gusts of over 30 knots of wind. Proper fin versus foil. We've had one general recall so far. Had a couple of the Japanese crew over. Singapore over. And there we go. That is the green flag. You can see a lot of fins out there. We're going to call these through as we go. Let me just get my GPS set up. But we are on early rounds. It's going to be the same format. There was talk about doing bigger fleet format so we could get through to the finals quicker. But there was a bit of a revolt. The sailors, Maciej Rakowski, there was a few others going, no, it's not fair. So they've gone back to the system that we've got now, which is 8-man heats, 4 go through. There was talk about 14-man heats and 7 go through. But like I said, sailors voted against it. The women, on the other hand, voted for it. So we'll be having 2 semi-finals in the women and then a runners-up final and a final bigger fleets. They were really keen to get the races. So I was a bit disappointed with the men, but look how windy it is there. Woo-hoo, it's cracking. Yes, that's what we want to see. Coming into this first jibe mark. Where is the jibe mark? Yeah, exactly. That's how hard it is. There's taking the shortcut on the duotone. Yeah, see, look how wide they're going around the jibe marks. So it is tricky, tricky racing. I will give you some names in a second. But it is Kudu who is leading on the GA. We got Kimura in second place. This is the first early rounds of the elimination 4. Discard comes in after this elimination as well. So, yeah, we are on it. We are on it. YouTube is definitely waking up right now. Albo to win a race today, says Basher. Tell you, he's got some young guns to deal with now. They're all pretty fresh. All going for world titles. But he's on his, obviously, swan song here in Japan. Demi saying hello from the Netherlands. Jasui saying congratulations on your baby. Thanks, mate. There we go. Look at this. Hammering down. It must be quite nice to be leading a race. You know, it's in the World Cup. Whether it's in the first round or the last round, it's still nice to be leading a race. Anyone who's ever done any slalom stuff before will know the feeling. Or maybe not, but it's a cool feeling. But this is Kudu looking really good. Kimura still in second place. Gotan in third. We've had 3 over early, so it's quite a relaxed heat, this one. So we're not going to get too crazy, but just look at the conditions. There we go, Japanese John Sky. Japan 57. Ooh, looks fun, doesn't it? Looks fun. Anyone who's never slalom raced, this is the type of stuff that is really fun. It's almost scary. We got our Belgian fella there. He's going on the foil today, and he's probably thinking, oh, God, I wish I bought my slalom board. We're all praying, and I would just like you at home to all hold hands around the world and pray this wind holds for the next couple of hours, because it is meant to drop. We want it to hold. We want to get through to the finals. Spoke to Mortafon this morning. He was like, oh, yeah, probably going to have it drop in a little bit. So let's hope it stays on. The wind did come in late. So, yeah, let's see. I'm kind of hopeful. And there we go. Kudu gets the win. So he will be going to the next round. So sail size, if you are just tuning in, Jordi Vaughn went out this morning, went on his 6.8. He was absolutely wound. Came in, changed to the 5.8, and said he was still wound and it was scary stuff. The boys who were going on the foil, we're talking about 5.0s on the foil. If you're on the fin, they were talking about mid-5s, so 5.6s to 5.8s, around that size. And these are big fellas. So for the women, probably take a size off. Oh, Tom Aruba saying that was Mateus, Brazil 7s. Apologies. Proper foil versus fin, says Martin. Best thing we could have got. Yeah, let's see. From Slovakia. as we're tuning up for the next one. Look at the breeze out there. Oh, that's going to be exciting. Come on, let's get through the rounds. Early rounds going well. It's not a general recall, so that's good news. We really want to get to that those quarterfinals. We're still going to have some exciting racing in the early rounds, but you know, you want to see the seeded riders at this stage. You don't want that win to drop. So come on, let's cross the fingers. Let's hope we make it, because we are in. Going to see some Fuerteventura style stuff, and we've had a mixture of stuff today. The world champion will be a true world champion this year in 2022. You know, 2 events, but a mixture of conditions. We've seen flat, we've seen choppy, we've seen light, we've seen strong. Say the guy or the girls that are going to win this year will thoroughly deserve it. And it looks like it's Suzuki round in first place. So Suzuki revving up the engine on day 4. A lot of local racers here, probably do the Japanese circuit. It must be pretty cool to be doing a World Cup, you know, early rounds, but you've got the drone following you, you've got people watching, you've got the excitement, everything is going on. Must be so cool to do this event. And you know, giving a good account of themselves as well. Like that is the view where you see how windy it really is. And, you know, from the drone, we obviously get the best angle and we can follow the race, but to see how windy it is, this low down camera really gives you a sense of what they're dealing with. The chop is crazy. There we go, Antoine Albo going on the foil. Few people might have thought he might go on the fin, but I spoke to him a few times. He's way more comfortable on the foil. You know, not being rude, he's cracking on a bit. The foil is definitely easier on the body, easier on the back. He's had a few problems with his back recently, so looks like he is choosing to go on the foil, and that is going to be very interesting when we get those seeded riders at who choose what. You can see in this early rounds, a lot of the Japanese crew love a bit of fin sailing. And I think that is general around the world. A lot of the guys who are, you know, top amateurs, you know, around their local beach, they would favour the fin. And we see that the mass population of windsurfers favour the fin, whereas the top end of the sport now is pushing the foil. And there's a little bit of a slow uptake, I would say, to the foil. It's getting there, but at the high end, I think still your normal amateur riders are favouring the fin. So it's an interesting debate, that one. We've seen it go on for ages. Look at these two having a good battle at the front. Suzuki obviously battling out with Nakajima. Four riders go through, and that 4th place is definitely up for grabs. We got Jonathan Epstein saying so much chop, looks like foils would have the advantage. Yeah, maybe. Goya could bring him back to life, he says, and it's very true. I kind of said that this morning. This could be Nico Goya conditions. Really interesting to see when those guys come in. Just finished watching a 6-hour recap from yesterday. Big congrats to the organisation. Great camera angles, heat organisation. Should go to sleep now, but he's just kicking into the next stream. It's like one of them back-to-back box sets. You're just like, yeah, I'll just watch one more. Maybe just one more. Like 6 in the morning. Like, oh my god. There we go. Good job, Suzuki. Opening the throttle up. He's going to go through to the next round. So there is 2 early heats. We're straight up to the start. We're going to have quicker. Sorry, this is the highlights of that race. We've got Matteo saying it's the best live stream seen on any windsurfing comp up until now. Great improvement. Totally agree. The boys are pulling out all the stops. So glad, I think it's appreciated. They've definitely been putting the work in. Like I say, today is going to be hell good. We haven't got any rain, so we should have all the cameras, all the drones, and we're going to have some high quality racing with world titles on the line. I don't think it gets better than that. Like I said, we've just done the first 2 rounds of elimination 4. This is when the discard comes in, so everything to play for today. Heat 3 coming up next, which is the start of the early rounds, the full early rounds. We've got Maka, Bontemps, Vonks in this, Kodama, Keta and Kitara, plus there's 2 riders added onto that from the rounds that we've just saw. So they're not actually in my system at the moment, so apologies for that. Jordi Vonk could be on the 5.8 on the fin, said he was absolutely wound. And he's a big fella. You know, we're talking Deafy wind style wind here. There's Bontemps on the boat. So we're not starting this round just yet. Let's go and have a venture over to Facebook World. See who's tuning in over there. We got Claudio saying, go Isaac. All fins are some on foils. Some are on foils. Definitely. It's choppy out there. Still a few gusts coming out. I'm super interested to see how this works out. It's the first time we're really going to see it in this type of wind on the PWA format, as far as I know. Billy Shaw obviously tuned in on Facebook and YouTube. He's everywhere. We've got Brenda Ruka saying hi from Ontario in Canada. Looking good. Still Sunday in Ontario. Canada, 5 more hours. Yes, we're going full power. I can't imagine the guys are foiling in 30 knots. Well, you better believe it. Good morning. Bruno's tuning in over in Belgium. Got Joe Foe, Ola from Buffalo, New York. New York. And we got Simon Copeland tuning in. So, looks like we're getting a full house. We know it's late, it's not ideal timing, but we are in for a treat. Paul Jones tuning in. Sunny Shrewsbury, maybe? Proper windy. Yeah, we are on. Done the first 2 heats. We're now just going into the first round, elimination 4. After that, we go to the quarterfinals. That's when we see the full seeded rounds, where all the top riders will be integrated into the system. Then a semi-final and a final. In the women, it's just a semi-final and a final today. Gone bigger fleets to get through more races, more discards, more interest. I mean, the guys did have the option, but they literally had a sailor revolt this morning, where the race organizer was like, right, we're doing 14-man heats, 7 go through. And they all went, ooh, toys were at the pram. There was moaning. It was embarrassing. No, it was a bit of a shame. I really wanted to see bigger fleets, but obviously the guys at the top were thinking, hang on, if I mess up today, it will have bigger consequences. Is that fair? And, you know, the guys at the top obviously want to protect what they're doing. It was just a shame. I'd love to have seen bigger fleet racing. For the watcher, for us viewer, I think it could be really interesting. But that's how it goes. Need a dictatorship is what we need. Heavy hand of the law. You are doing this. Or go home. Yes, so Basher's exactly right. This is the wind strength you were expecting yesterday. Exactly. This is what we were hoping for yesterday. This is kind of what we were promised. It came through in the night. It's been blowing all night, all morning. It's probably dropped a little bit now, even though it's still really windy. So it is meant to drop throughout the morning. So we're crossing our fingers it stays around and we've not got too many delays, because we really want to see some action. We've got wind forecast for the whole day. That's not what I'm saying. But the really high-end stuff, which we're seeing over 30 knots at the moment, is meant to be this morning. But I'm hoping, because it was a bit delayed, maybe everything's a bit delayed. So let's all cross our fingers and hope we get to see some full power slalom action. That is for sure. We've got Dave McKenzie, fantastic footage, and the best commentator. Oh, cheers, mate. Vancouver, Canada, obviously. That's where he's at. Will you be at Weymouth soon? Me, personally, no. Simon Petter for tuning in, as usual. Go Gibson on that fin. Yeah, you're going to watch out for Jenna Gibson today. Bigger fleets, more finals. She could really move up the leaderboard. She's got the speed. Anyone who's ever lined up for her, any big men out there that think they're fast and they line up next to Jenna Gibson, they soon come back with a tail between their legs going, yeah, well, you know, I've got to change that fin. Maybe I was on the wrong sail. She's like smoking, just massive dudes. It's quite embarrassing. I make sure I jibe if I ever line up near her. Lucky I don't live in the UK anymore, so I don't have to. Simon Pettifer, you're a brave man, mate. I actually spoke to Andrea Cookie about her, and he was like, she was in Lake Garda, and he said he had a lot of local guys lining up with her and just going, oh my God, this is embarrassing. She is smoking us. She is absolutely smoking us. So yeah, I'm expecting big things from Jenna Gibson today. She'll be excited. She'll be loving the conditions. Like I said, let's hope they last. But even when I say it's going to drop, you know, it's dropping from 30 knots maybe to 20. So it's not like it's dropping to nothing. It's just dropping in strength a little bit. So I think we're still in for a really good day of action. Yellow flag is up on the boat. What is that in the background? It's moving pretty quick, isn't it? Is that my eyesight or is that the sun or something? It is cranking with that ferry. My God. That is massive as well. That's miles away. It's got a shift on. Alrighty, come on, let's get it on. Should be lining up for the start pretty soon. So, full heat list is Makur, Bontemps, Vonk, Kodama, Kenta, Kimura, Kitara, and Masaki. Don't know how to work my iPad. How do you turn the brightness up on an iPad? Here we go, lining up. We'd expect Vonk to be in the mix here. Bontemps, Makur. These will probably be the seeded riders. Makur with a great start in the middle on that Neil Pride. We got Vonk just downwind of him, flying. We've got Japanese 62, it looks like upset. Or is it Japanese 57? John Sky having a bit of a moment there. Look at Vonk go. Look at the speed. Lovely to see the fin. I know I'm a bit biased, but there's something old school in me who loves to see the fin blasting through the chop. So Geordie Vonk going round in first place. It's been a while. Welcome back, Mr. Finn. Oh, GA in second place. So who is that? That's one of the local riders. Kitara, I think it is. He had a good one in the first one. We've got Makur in about third place at the moment. So Vonk obviously leading it. We've got Kitara from Japan in second. Makur on the Neil Pride has actually stepped up into second now. Sorry. Kitara dropping to third. And then we have Julian Bontemps on the foil in fourth place. Could this be the first race we see win by the Finn? That's Bontemps in fourth place on the foil. It looks a bit hairy, doesn't it? You know, that stance. I think someone explained it as the Turkish toilet stance. If you've ever been to Turkey back in the day, you'll know what I mean. Look at that. On the edge. Love it. 5'8" on the sail. Small board. Flying through the waters here in Yokosuka Beach. It is choppy though, isn't it? Not easy. Bontemps giving a good account of himself on the foil though. He's got Makur ahead of him. But Bontemps is flying. Look at that. Two Neil Pride boys. Really wouldn't surprise me to see Nico Goya right up there on the foil today. Kitara still in the mix. But it's Geordie Vonk who's going to win this first of one of the early rounds in Elimination 4. Gets himself into the quarter-final. So pretty easy run. If you don't know how fast Geordie Vonk is, I raced with him at the Deafy Wind. I overtook him due to a bit of a wind shift, and he came back, and the speed he came past me was just embarrassing. Honestly, the speed of the bloke when he puts the hammer down is devastating. So Geordie Vonk wins that. Makur from France in second place. Then we've got Bontemps in third place. And then Mr. Japan 84, Kitara in fourth. Qualifies for the quarterfinals. Replay of that race coming up. Wow, look at that. That chase cam is not going to be an easy boat to be on today. That is for sure. It was struggling to keep up the other days. So let's see how it does. Seems to be a bit of delay in a few of these starts. So, heat number 4, who have we got? We've got Jazunas, we've got Tati Franz, Arnon Degan, Yamada, Tomizawa, we got Kudu, Tajima, and Gotan. So we've got some big boys in this, you know, when you were talking about Finn, you see Arnon Degan, Tati Franz, Yamada, been around the PWA for a long time, and I think he will definitely favour the Finn. So expect those guys to be up there, but I'm sure we've got a few younger riders coming through. Obviously Jazanas as well is going on the foil, so will that play out well for him? Not Your Average Windsurfer on YouTube says, let's go Tati. Yeah, so there's a few delays going on just in getting the racing rolling. So we are hearing maybe the start mark had moved, but I'm saying that, I just saw a general recall flag up, but I think that's more just used as a tool to get the angle of the wind to put the mark in. So I don't think that was an actual general recall. I think they are moving the start mark. So they've got a lot of breeze out there. It does throw up some other problems. Dan Wilson says, epic coverage. The PWA needs to fly a tie flag. It's true. It's definitely true. There isn't one for Mr. McMillan. And so we need to we'll get the confusion out, because I was sitting with his mom in the bus. So we're talking about Will McMillan. So I keep calling him an Aussie, and people say, why are you calling him an Aussie? Well, he's got an Aussie accent. He lives in Australia. He has an Australian passport, but he has a Taiwanese mother, maybe father, I don't know about dad, didn't meet the dad, and he's sailing for Thailand because he's got 2 passports, Thai passport and an Aussie passport, and you know, he's got the choice, and probably Thailand are more accommodating when it comes to, you know, having someone going to the Olympics, I would guess. The Aussies are quite stingy because they've got so many riders going to the Olympics. They're probably like, well, you know, well, but Thailand are just more keen. So he's got 2 passports, you know, he could go for either one, and he's chose to go for Thailand. So if I call him an Aussie, I'm sorry if that's not the correct thing, because he has got a Thai number. But then he's also got Thailand 1. So when I say Taiwan, it sounds like Taiwan, and then people get confused as well. So it's been a whole of problems there. Jorgen, sorry Ben, got to go to sleep. Boo. Boo. You're not going to wait for at least the finals. There we go. Japanese crew on the beach, living the dream. They're a chirpy bunch, I've got to say. The Japanese chirpy bunch, very respectful as well. Red flag is up on the boat. We've only got 3 heats, and then we're into the quarterfinals. So, Jorgen, what you doing, mate? Come on. What is the Thailand flag? Do we even know? Someone's going to have to send it to us. We didn't go to school. You've got to remember that. We're windsurfers. No, we have got someone working on that Thailand flag. Slowly. Obviously. Feel free to send it in. Who thinks they know who's going to win today? There we go. It's the red, white, blue, white, red. Yeah, that's it. I've seen that before when I went to Thailand. Italy 60. Benedetti. What did I call him? Maybe that's... I did get told how to say his name yesterday. I've forgotten. What have we been called? What have I been calling him? I got told I've been saying it wrong. Like I butcher everyone's name. I hope we know that by now. I am the name butcherer. Benedetti. What have I been calling him? I got told I was calling him the wrong name. Feel free if you're Italian to correct me. Yeah, so a couple of people are saying, I'm going to stay up to the final. I know you are. I know you're telling me you're going to bed, but it's very difficult because what you'll do is you'll go to bed, you'll close your eyes and you'll go, I wonder how we're getting on. I wonder if they got to the final. And then you'll have to turn it back on and then it's too late. Then you're already in. I know you. Don't worry. Yellow flag is up. We've got Tati Franz Iron on Degan in this next one. You can't go to bed yet. Basher saying, yeah, Macmillan, the thing is, he's 16. When was the last time we had a 16-year-old competitor at this level? I tell you what, when was the last time we had a 16-year-old competitor who's over 100 kilos? He's a big boy, I have to say. At 16, I think I must have weighed about the same as his leg. He's a big boy. He's got some speed, and he is holding it on with the big boys. It was fun seeing him race yesterday, I've got to say. Really good. Really good to see the young crew coming through from techno and stuff like this. I mean, he was on an 8 meter. You know, most of the boys were hanging on to 7s. And I was speaking to him in the bus and he's on an 8.0. They're all looking at him going, Jesus. Here we go, lining up. Let's have it. Boom! Tati Franz first over the line. We've got Giazanas Ritas down that bottom end with a stance that can only be described as holding on for grim death. He's going all right though, isn't he? Ritas on that bottom end, living the dream. We've got Yamada, I think, just upwind of him on the duotone. Up that top end, we've got Arnon Degan. So this is going to be hotly contested, this. Japan 75. I tell you what, he looked very good on the foil this morning, Tajima. But it's going to be Tati Franz, MB9 from Bonaire, round in first place. Second place, Ritas just goes in between Arnon Degan. Degan round in second. Then we've got Yamada in third. Well, Ritas is probably in second, actually, at the moment. Arnon Degan dropping to third. And then we've got around the outside, that was Tajima on the RRD. And he was out training this morning. And he looked like he got some speed on the foil. So, yes, holding it on for the foils. Super excited to see Nico Goya in the later rounds because the foils are looking pretty tasty right now. Tati Franz still leading on the fin. Ritas. Oh, Arnon Degan slamming it on the inside of Tajima. Yamada, they're going to have a good fight here. The Japanese two riders, one on the foil, one on the fin. Yamada versus Tajima. But Arnon Degan's got a bit of work to do as well. Tati Franz out in the front, throwing it down. Tati Franz, solid. Round in first place. Coming into the mark, who is it? It's Ritas in second, followed by Tajima in third. Arnon Degan, he's on the edge here. Oh, Yamada doesn't quite get the jibe, and that is going to give a little bit more room to the guys ahead of him, and especially the foil of Tajima, sorry. So Tati Franz gets himself, I'm pretty sure, into the quarterfinals now. Ritas, good race from him in second place on the foil. Tajima in third, and then Arnon Degan is going to be the fourth place rider. It looks like Yamada will miss out. I mean, when you see the foil in this wind, the stance makes it look not so quick, but they're going quick. Look at that, not far behind. So Tajima, Ritas, and Arnon Degan, obviously Tati Franz winning. That will be your 4 qualifying guys. Look at that. I mean, the fin does look more dynamic in a straight line. There's something about it. Looks fast. The foil weirdly doesn't look fast, but it is going fast. Not sure if that's just the stance. Yeah, for Justine, I know. I'm just looking at someone's telling me how to pronounce the names. I know I'm butchering her name for sure. Lemeffier. Lemeffier? Lemeffier. Lemeffier? Lemeffier. Lemeffier. Well, that's easier to say. All right, heat number 5. Up next, Jimmy Tiame. Benedetti. There we go. Benedetti. That's Benedetti. Benedetti. That's better. That's more Italian. Benedetti. We got Jules, Asano, Tan, Kaku. We've got Koyinda and Odate. Bash is saying the reason it doesn't look as fast is the wake. There's less spray getting thrown up, so it doesn't look as quick. It's also the stance as well. It's very upright, bum out. You know, it hasn't got that dynamic look. The board's not moving around. Roland Lucas says the fin looks like it's the correct craft for those conditions. But whatever someone is most like to use, works best. Reach to go on the foil. I tell you, I think when we get to the later rounds, there is going to be a few boys on the foil which are maybe going to confuse everybody. Here we go. Bomb. It's a beautiful sight, isn't it? You've got to say it's a beautiful sight. Absolutely flying down this first reach. Got Jimmy Tiame getting shown the way at the moment. Jules looking very good on the S2 Maui sails. Also got one of the Japanese crew holding it on. Love it. Absolutely love it. You know, obviously not the biggest rider. You can see by the size of the sail. You know, it's not a bigger sail, but Jimmy Tiame going on the inside there. That's Asano from Japan. Tried and tested. He's been around a long time, Asano. He's got the skills, and he's definitely proven it right now, holding it on with the big PWA boys. So Jimmy Tiame looking good. Jules leading the way. Tiame leading the way. Jules in second. Then we've got Asano, and then we've got Benedetti. On the foil, in fact. So Benedetti on the foil. That top 4, though, has crept out a little bit of distance on the 5th place rider. So this could be a cruise for these guys into the quarterfinals. Asano from Japan. He's cracking on a bit, Asano, but, I think he is. I'll have to just I'll make sure. But he's still got the speed, showing the young crew how it's done. So Jimmy Tiame, Asano in 3rd place. We've got Jules in 2nd, and Benedetti in 4th on the foil. You see Sarah Kita going out there on the fin. Yeah, it looks like the top 4 have cruised away from the pack, so pretty comfortable. Jorgen asking, is Tiame, is it Eric's son? It is Eric's son. So if you've been down in Almanar, that's where they're from, down there, you will know Jimmy Tiame. He's a bit of a party animal, you've got to say. If you've ever gone out for a night out with Jimmy Tiame, you would know about it. You would probably have seen some naked body parts. It's very rare you go out with Jimmy and he doesn't get naked. I know, but it's just the truth, trust me. Damien Arnoux and Jimmy Tiame is not a good combo. Oh, it is a good combo. Depends on which way you look at it. So, yeah, looks like that is the 4 riders to get through. Great start, though. Look at that. Bit of a mixture going in. Benedetti gets that 3rd place. Asano in 4th. And then we had, obviously, Jimmy winning it with Jules in 2nd place. Got Stream Facts saying, I'm pretty sure the foil will win the finals today. We will see, won't we? We will see. That's why you're going to have to stay up. That's why you're not going to go to bed. Because a little voice in your head will go, yeah, but are they? Is that going to happen? You'll have to wait and see. I don't know. I've got to be honest. I could imagine a foil win it, but I could also imagine a Finn winning it. I don't think it's. I don't think there's any safe bet today. I could definitely see a foil winning it though. I wouldn't be surprised. It would be a shock. All right, next up, heat number 6. Everard, Board, Kuzan, Anami, Nakai, Suzuki, Kanagami, and Nakajima. So there is a question going around, and Stream Factory is also saying it. 1 or 2 disciplines, Finn and or foil. So should it be Finn and foil together like we have now? Should it be 2 separate disciplines? Go! Let me know in the comments. Finn and foil or Finn and foil? Finn or foil or Finn and foil? That's your choices. Should it be 2 separate? Should it be the same? Let me know in the comments. I want to see at least a lot of comments. Do we want to know who is the best Finn racer out there? Do we want to know who's the best foil racer? Or do we want to know who is just the best racer on whatever craft they choose? So, Deme says 2 separate disciplines. We're going to go up to the start. I'll go back to that in a minute. But there we go. And Nami down this bottom end. And Nami's gone on the foil. Interesting. Interesting. We've got Cedric Board in the middle on the Severn. Looking good. France 91. We've got Alexander Kuzan, who is a foil master, has gone on the Finn. Japan 121. Nakai. How's the follow cam? What are they on? Jet ski. Doing well to keep up with the boat. It's pretty choppy out there. I guess the cameraman's going to have not many teeth left by the end of the day. So, Cedric Board round in first. That is where the foil is going to do some damage. If you do a jibe like that, that is where the foil is going to bruise you. Look, there we go. And that is what we're seeing straight away. You saw the Japanese rider Anami go through underneath. So that is the difference. Where the Finn is going to struggle is if this wind drops. And one little drop like that in the wind, you see already Anami from Japan has made it count, and he's gone straight into the lead. That's the difference. When you have Finn or foil, there's a difference in equipment. So, Anami round in first place. Cedric Board in second. It's quite a wide jibe from Anami. Whereas Cedric Board slams it on the inside. Alexander Kuzan in third place. And then we've got Everard from Belgium on the foil as well. Definitely a bit of a mixture at the moment. So, Cedric Board back out into the lead. It's a bit of shimming around, and we might see another change in the lead after this jibe because it is quite light on the inside. Yeah, there we go. And now he goes back out into the lead. That inside jibe mark you can see is already getting gusty. Oh, I'm gutted. I'm absolutely gutted. We are going to see maybe the wind dropping. Gutted. Look at the foil already coming through, and that's the problem when you've got wind like this on the outside. You've got to go pretty small on the sails, so you know, in the 5 meter range, 5.6, 5.8. The problem is as soon as you get a little drop on a 5.6 or a 5.8 and you're on your small board, you stop dead, and that is where the foil is going to come good. And that is what a lot of the top slalom guys are arguing. They're saying, look, we love the Finn. We can't wait to get on the Finn, but there is certain locations where the gusts just makes more sense to be on the foil. And Nami leading this. You know, this race probably would have got cancelled if it had just been Finn only, which, again, interesting. I mean, the wind is dropping, but it's not dropping. It's just getting gustier on the inside. It's still cranking on the outside. So, Anami wins it on the foil. Second place is going to be Everard, I think, from Belgium. And then we've got Cedric Board and Alexander Kuzan on the fin. Will they be changing for their foils now? We got Can Gov saying fin is basically gambling in these conditions. The wind is dropping. Basha says this is perfect. Let the athletes decide what equipment they use. Foil will dominate pretty much every condition. So foil tour will be like F1 and fin tour will be like F2. Wind limit for foiling. We've got separate. We want to see fin or foil. PWA should be wing foiling. What? Get back in your box. How about wind speed limit? 25 knots and up will be fin. Oh, yeah. I think it will be anyway. Split, separate, together, fin or foil. Not enough money for separate. 2 separate disciplines. So there's a bit of a mixture from most people. Separate them or have a top wind limit for foil. Was this always intended to be all slalom, no course racing? Yep, that's definitely the point. We've got Jim McKenzie saying with or without foil, it's all windsurfing. And Brenda says separate. Claudio saying foil and fins. I reckon it's whoever is the best on whatever weapon they choose. We want it the same, says Thomas. Fin foil separate, says Joe. Fin and foil, says Jim. Can you watch on demand later? Yes, you can. All the live stream will be on YouTube. You just go to the PWA website and you'll be able to watch whatever day you want. You can skip through, you can join back. What would be ideal is if we had somebody just putting in the timelines of when the finals were, and then people could skip through to exactly where they wanted to go. If anyone wants to volunteer for that job, be my guest. Okay, so I think we're going to women's next. That seems to be where we go, which is the semi-final for the women. So it'll be a big fleet. Any mistakes, if you're over the line early, it's going to cost you some big points. But it's a bigger fleet, so you might not need to push as hard. This is what the men were worried about. But the women said, you know what? If the men won't step up, we'll step up. We'll do it. We'll do it for the cause. We've got a bit of a delay for this one. Maybe there's a few people choosing different weapons, because we saw in the men's there that the wind did go a bit funky on that inside. So maybe they'd give them a little bit of time to choose the gear. That is the problem with wind like this. How is it out there, Ritas?
Windy, gusty.
What size? What size?
5'8" foil.
5'8" on the foil. So Rita says we're on the 5'8" on the foil. That was obviously the black 0.7 sail.
Yeah, 0.7 now. Yeah, on the inside jibes, it's nice. Like you have just the right amount of power, so you can push harder. Going to the outside, it gets windier, and then it's difficult to control.
Yeah, so pretty much he's saying what we saw out there is that inside jibe mark is really nice on the foil, obviously a bit lighter, but on the outside it's pretty scary. And that is where the advantage is. Here we go, we're lining up. Boom! Davico down this bottom end. Great start from her. We've got Alabao in this. We've got the duotone of, well, let's have a quick look. Who is on the duotone? Is it Mortafon? It is. Looks like Marion Mortafon. She's been killing it on the foil, and now she's killing it on the fin. Absolutely dominating this. This is good. This is what we want to see. How do the men not want to put that many riders in one heat? Disappointing. But look at them. The women have stepped up. They needed to. So, Marion Mortafon leading this one. As we come into that first mark, got a hell of a nice lead, actually. Goes around in first place. We've got Davico goes down on the inside. Jackson's in there on the duotone. Plenty of wind now on the first mark. You can see how breezy it is. It's carnage. Absolute carnage. Alabao is in the mix. We've got Isida from Japan. Jackson, she's holding on here. Oh, get a bit stiff. She has got a broken foot, so I'm pretty much guessing on a fin in these choppy conditions, it must be pretty scary. with a broken foot. But Mortafon is absolutely miles ahead right now. Look at that. Look at the lead. She's, like I say, killed it on the foil. She's killing it on the fin. Could she be the 2022 world champion if she carries on like this? I'm pretty sure she will be. But Jackson round in second place. Alabao in third. And we've got Isida. We've got Tenhave as well on the foil. So Tenhave going on the foil. Lescardou is in there on the fin as well. Expect her to come through the pack. 7 riders will be qualifying. Looks a pretty big sail that Jackson's got, actually. Seems to be going pretty well on it. Lescardou really flying. But Mortafon is already round this inside jibe mark and heading back out. I think she said she was going on 5? You should say at the top. But pretty windy anyway. Alabao just coming round. Tenhave, Lescardou. On the foil, it looks almost pedestrian. I'm not, you know, no disrespect, but it just looks, I don't know, strange when you see the fin flying around. And look how wide. Is that Jackson or Mortafon? Apologies, Mortafon. I mean, look how wide she's gone. That's how hard it is. That's how choppy it is. But she's got that much a lead. She just probably tried to find the flattest bit. So Mortafon round in first, and Jackson's gone down on that outside jibe mark. That outside jibe mark is, by the sound of it, pretty terrifying, pretty breezy. Tenhave just cruising round on the foil. It's like the hare and the tortoise. Just cruising. Slowly picking her way round, staying out of trouble. She's got no chop. She's basically standing on a door, cruising through. He's up into second place. Mortafon wins it though. You do think the foil might have a bit of an edge today. It looks huge, that board. Doesn't look aerodynamic, does it? But she's get there, second place. Tenhave, good race. Jackson does manage to get back on and finish in third place. Then we've got Alabao in fourth. It's pretty big, that sail. That's going to be hurting a broken foot. I can tell you. Alabao, good result for her. She needs a good day today. She's on for the discard. With a discard, she's going to be looking good. After Alabao, looks like we've got Alice Reed. She will qualify. Isada will also qualify as well. And I think Lescardou crashed out on that outside mark. That is unless her GPS fell off, because her GPS has stopped moving. Whoa, there we go. This is a big heat. Heat number 2 coming up. We got a full half fleet from the women. What a start. Look at that. Absolute on it from the ladies. There we go. So we've got some big guns in this one. Cousin Kestel, expect to see her up there. We've got Sarah Kita off Ringer. We've got, like I said, some of the best women in the world. Well, the best women in the world, not some of. Some of them are in the other heat, but most of the best women in the world are here. So it is on. We've got Onishi in this. Expect to see some good slalom riders. It's Cousin Kestel, I think, who goes round in first place. Second place on Nishi. Then we've got Sarah Kita. Then we've got Gibson. So Cousin Kestel leading. On Nishi in the mix. Off Ringer, like I said. Gibson's there. We've got Steinlein. Look at the breeze. Still got a foil in there. I think that's Steinlein from Germany. But Cousin Kestel, Sarah Keat off Ringer. We're used to seeing these girls at the front of the fleet in the windy stuff. And Sarah Keita is catching You only need to be in the top 7. So again, don't need to do heroics. And she saw the little bit of chop. She had to go, but has put it down in the water. She's going to have plenty of time as Steinlein comes through really wide. Oh, and she goes down pretty hard as Onishi jibes on the inside. It's carnage out there. Gibson coming through on the duotone. Najima as well on the foil, I think doing pretty good, but it's Cousin Kestel. Alfringa manages to get back up into second place. Gibson making a go of it though on the duotone. We've got Najima on the foil, on the Severn. We've got Quan Ching from Hong Kong still up there. Oppendal as well on the foil. But it is Cousin Kestel that goes round in first place, followed by Gibson, then Sarah Kita Offringa, then we got Najima, then Quan Ching. Hectic stuff. Oh, Gibson getting loose. There's some big chop coming in, and she's actually thrown the sail the other way. Not a good way to go down, and they're struggling here. Look at the downwind angle they're at. Sarah Kita is all over the shop, so there is massive gust coming through the competition area. Cousin Kestel in control at the moment. Gibson still in the water. Needs to get a wriggle on. 7 will qualify, and she's still swimming. And people are getting passing her all the time. So, Cousin Kestel round the outside mark in first place. Then, Sarah Kita Offringa. Actually, Cousin Kestel went down on that outside mark. So, Sarah Kita has gone into the lead. Najima has come through. Cousin Kestel still in the water, just getting up now. It's pretty hectic, this. I can count 7 riders. I'm pretty sure Gibson at the moment is on the edge of being out, which we didn't see. And a few of the foils have come through. So Offringa is going to win it. Oppendal up into second. Quan Ching and Najima, that's your top 4. Cousin Kestel in 5th place. 6th place is going to be Anayama. And it looks like Steinlein, then Gibson. So anybody good at counting? Did she make it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think Gibson might have just missed out, which would be a disaster for the Brit. Hectic stuff. That is the only thing with 7 riders. It's quite hard to count back. Look at those chop coming in. There's swell and chop. That was when Sarah Kita went down at the outside jibe mark. The fin is just so more dangerous on the jibe, you see, because you're in so much more connection with the water. There's way more problems to be had, whereas the foil kind of floats over it. So even though they're not looking more radical or more, quicker, they're just safer. That does seem to be what happened there. So we'll give you the official results soon, but we are into the quarterfinals of the men now. This is where we get the top seeded riders in. And this is where it is going to go down. We are going to see some upsets, no doubt about it. So Albo, Kernam, Yakino, Macmillan, Vonk, Macaire, Bontemps and Kitahara. Yellow flag is up. Oh, 16-year-old young Macmillan from Thailand. Lives in Australia. Got an Aussie accent. What size sails are they on? We were here in 5/8 on the fin. That's what I heard this morning. I don't know if it's changed. Pedro saying, forget it. The fin just rocks. Yeah, Matt saying foil may look easier, but controlling in high speed and chop is anything but easy. Yeah, but compared to the fin, there's just a lot less going on, isn't there, weirdly, if you stay out of trouble. Here we go. There we go. We're seeing some fast foil racing now. Oh, Macmillan! No! craziest foil crash I have ever seen. Oh my God, that was 105 kilos of Aussie Thai land muscle getting moved. Oh, oh my God, that was hectic. Ouch, if you stayed tuned and you didn't go to bed. He's okay, let's make sure he's okay, but that was worth staying up for. That was a hell of a clash. So, duotone in the lead, Jordi Vonk. We've got Antoine Albo looking good on the foil. We've got Bontemps, I think, up there as well. Yakino, where is he? Is he on the foil? Yeah, maybe he's on the foil. He's got to be in the top four. At the moment, he's not in the top four. So let's see. This would be a disaster. So Jordi Vonk rounded first. And then I think we've got Albo. Then we've got Kernan maybe. And I think Yakino at the moment is in 5th place, which is not a qualifying position. Bontemps is in there as well. No, sorry, Macker. Wow. Okay, let me get this right. So we've got Vonk in the lead on the duotone. Then we've got Albo on the foil. We've got Macker and Kernan. And Yakino is out of a qualifying position at the moment. So Vonk round in 1st place. Jordi Vonk gets a bit of airtime there. Just managed to hold it on. Albo goes wide. Kernan goes wide. Yakino comes through inside Macker. This is really not over. We've got one giant mark left, and this outside giant mark is scary. Matteo Yakino fighting for a world title. He cannot go out at the quarter-final stage. He cannot afford to go out at the quarter-final stage. It's going to be all down to this last giant mark. Vonk is already round. Okay, sorry, back in. Albo, it's all on this now. Matteo Yakino fighting for his life, needs to be inside the top 4. Macker is giving him a run on the foil. Jordi Vonk is going to win it. It looks like Kernan. Oh, I can't see from that angle. I have no clue. It looks like, I think it looks like Matteo Yakino just managed to squeak into the top 4 there, and Macker missed out. Oh, Macmillan, 16 years old, the human cannonball. Oh, that was absolutely brutal. Oh, shoosh. Like I said, let's wait and make sure he's okay, but that was brutal. Matteo Yakino would have been very worried in that race. That just goes to show what we're going to have today. Jordi Vonk on the fin won that by really comfortably. But you could see Matteo Yakino, he's on the foil, but he couldn't quite do anything. He was just there. And I don't know, it feels scary somehow. I don't know how to explain it. But Macker was just, look at that. Oh, a few more meters and Matteo Yakino would not have made it out of the quarterfinals. Whoa. Okay, so there we go. That's what you got to look forward to. Macmillan. Oh, man, he was throwing it down. He had some speed then. He was up and sailing, so we're guessing he is okay. How he didn't break anything is kind of a miracle. Heat number 8, Isaac, Kurdle, Rakowski, Martini, Franz, Jazunas, Tajama, and Dagan. We are going to see upsets today. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. There is just no question we are going to see top riders, top seeds going out. These are tricky conditions. This is what we want to see. And this is Jazunas on the head cam. It's going to be carnage, isn't it? Oh, that's the start. So not a good start from Jazunas. Okay, we're trying to get the drone back out there. Oh, Arnaud Dagan right on the edge of control. We've also got, obviously, Kurdal in there. We've got Tati Franz in there. Looks like that's, yeah, Dagan. Bruno Martini. Yeah, there we go. Sorry, Bruno Martini on the Neil Pride. Good from him. Tati Franz, the Finn looks like it's going well. Rakowski in there on the Challenger. This is the foils bringing up the rear at the moment. That's the head cam live. Not particularly pulling off the best pictures. Maybe that wind's having a bit of a problem with it, but interesting to see that perspective. This is heat number 8. Round in first place, Bruno Martini from Italy. Then we've got Tati Franz, Maciej Rakowski up into 3rd place. Then we've got Arnon Degan in 4th, and he's going to be battling out with the foils by the looks of it. Who is the first of the foils? That's the question. Is it Kurdum? No, it's Matheus Isaac. So Matheus Isaac from Brazil is the first of the foils in 5th place, fighting it out with Arnon Degan for that 5th place. Neck and neck at the moment. And it's Arnon Degan who I think is just edging it, just overtaken Matheus Isaac. Real battle for 4th place in this one. Out in front, though, Bruno Martini. 2nd place now, Maciej Rakowski. Then we've got Tati Franz. Now we've got Matheus Isaac. So Isaac on the foil is up into 4th place. Arnon Degan drops to 5th. Big battle going on. Arnon Degan would do his teammate Amado Vrieswijk a bit of a favour if he was to knock out Matheus Isaac. And Matheus Isaac is throwing down the speeds at the moment. He's going quick. It's going to come down to this last jibe mark. Bruno Martini round in 1st place. Rakowski 2nd, then Tati Franz. Matheus Isaac goes wide. Arnon Degan goes on the inside and he gets a good run through. This is going to come right down to a speed race between Matheus Isaac and Arnon Degan. Has Arnon Degan got the speed? He's probably got extra speed than Matheus Isaac. Matheus Isaac is going to throw that down. You want to see that last race between Matheus Isaac and Arnon Degan. It's going to be too late, I think, for Arnon, and Matheus Isaac will get that 4th place. Arnon misses out. Tati Franz in 3rd. 2nd place Rakowski and 1st place Bruno Martini. It just goes to show you there's a speed difference between the foil and the fin. It's not massive. You're not taking that much out of them. There's a little bit of difference. The fin is a little bit quicker, but it's not that much quicker. So there's some big decisions going on now between riders. I'm sure Matteo Iachino is having to make that same decision for the next race. Heat number 9 will be up next after the highlights. So coming up in heat number 9, we have Johan So, the beast from Denmark. We've got Kestel, Goya, interested to see him today. This could be his conditions. We got William Huber, he'll be on the foil, no doubt about it. Jimmy Tieme, for sure on the fin. We got Jules Benedetti, and we've got Asano from Japan, Benedetti. Who gave this commentator a job? Butchering names left, right, and centre. Couple of comments coming in. Finn just looks so much better. Epicness. They missed watching Matteo on the fin. Well, he was on the foil, so maybe you missed watching him on the fin. Yeah, if you missed that crash from Macmillan, you make sure you watch the highlights maybe at the end of the day, because that was hectic. Here we go, lining up. Are we going to see Johan So take the lead? Are we going to see Nico Goya right up there? I'm sure we are. And it's a good start. Look at that. What a view. Windy slalom. That's what we wanted. The beast down the bottom end on the 0.7 going well. Then we've got, I think, Anton Kestel flying, or Jules is that. Looking very good. We got Asano in the middle from Japan, holding it on for the local crew. We've got Nico Goya absolutely flying on the foil. Johan So is flying on the foil, though. Look at the speed. Round the first mark. Nice jibe from the beast. The The Finns get a little bit stuck at the mark. Nico Goya goes round the outside, and we're going to see that from the Finns time and time again. Really good first leg from Jules from France. He's been looking really good, but Johan So and Nico Goya are the front two in this. Second place at the moment is Jules from France. Then we've got Kestel fighting out with Asano. 19 years old, and he's leading races like this with some top competition. The Beast goes round in first. Nico Goya, the 2021 foil world champion, in second place. Then we've got Jules and Kestel fighting it out for third and fourth. And just behind them, we've got Jimmy Tieme. The Beast looking good. Goya looking good. Kestel now up into third place. Jules drop into fourth. Jimmy Tieme a bit further back. Then we've got William Hubert. The Beast still in the lead. Nicholas Goya behind. Kestel, Jules, that's your top four. Jimmy Tieme trying to get in there. William Hubert, great jibe from the Frenchman. Third in the world last year in the foil. And he's going to do some damage on that jibe mark and maybe squeeze himself into the top four. Nicholas Goya now has took the lead ahead of the Beast. I'm not quite sure what happened on that jibe mark, but Nicholas Goya, the last year's world foil champion, is now in the lead. Should say slalom champion. So Goya, the Beast, Kestel. Oh, Jimmy Tieme trying to squeeze inside Jules, and he does. Great jibe from Jimmy. Oh, love it. You don't see that so much on the foil. It's too risky. But on the fin, great mark round in there from Jimmy Tieme. Just like his dad in the old days, slamming it on the inside. And he might have just got himself into a qualifying position on this last reach. Goya will win it. Second place, Johan So. Then we've got Anton Kestel. He was catching up all the way. And in fourth place, wow, that was close. And with the angle of the line, I wouldn't like to call that, but it was very close between Jimmy Tieme and Jules by the looks of it. Highlights from that last heat. Very close at the end, wasn't it? Interesting to see them bunch up at the end. It wasn't like someone pulled away. They actually got closer. Yeah, look at that. Super close at the end. Goya, the Beast. Then we had Kestel. Whoa. And then it was close between Jules and Jimmy Tieme. Next up, Vrieswijk, Mortefon, Marotti. Ouch. This is big heat. Jacquin, Anami, Everard, Board, and Kuzan. You'd expect Mortefon, Marotti, Vrieswijk, and Jacquin, but are we going to see some upsets? Kuzan, Board could definitely upset this. Anami and Everard are outside bets, but you never know. Is Vrieswijk going to be on the foil? 103 kilos. Maybe. Maybe. He's been going, well, he's probably one of the quickest on the foil. He's got some devastating board speed. So let's see what he chooses here. Says it's lagging a lot on Facebook. Let's hope it's not lagging a lot on YouTube. Here we go, lining up to the start. I'd expect to see Marotti down that bottom end. There we go. It's a good start by the looks of it. Looks like Cedric Board right up there. Alexander Kuzan up there. It looks like Amado Vrieswijk has taken the foil. And he looks on the edge right now, doesn't he? It looks scary. Oh, my God. He is going to be one of the first foilers to the first mark. He is absolutely flying. I'm scared for them right now. As it looks like Enrico Marotti, then Amado Vrieswijk, absolutely having it on the foil. That's some of the fastest foil riding we've seen today as they go round the first mark ahead of the Finns Interesting. We saw that with the Beast before as well. But here comes the Finn, Pierre Mortefon. Yes, that's what we want to see. The old school crew out there. I'll be cheering him on, and he's very close to Enrico Marotti here. But Mortefon, look at this. And the foil is going to have to go wide. This is sketchy right now. Enrico Marotti and Mortefon, and there's a real close battle. Someone's gone down. Who was that who went down? I think that was Amado Vrieswijk. If it was, that could be his world title race over. And I think it was Amado Vrieswijk. He's been absolutely flying, but he's in the drink now. Top 4 qualify. He's out of the top 4. Oh, man, hectic stuff at that first mark. Look at it. Oh, Basil Jacquin was involved again. Amado Vrieswijk was there. Alexander Kuzan going on the inside. So was Cedric Board. Round this jibe mark, though, it's Mortefon is round. Where is everybody else? The Croatian has dropped back. We need to see a more... There we go. So Mortefon leading. Second place looks like Cedric Board. Then Alexander Kuzan. The Finns, when the close racing comes in, that's when the Finns look a bit safer. And Mortefon is absolutely flying right now. The foils are back. It's going to be one foil that's going to qualify in this race, and it is going to be Mortefon, and it's going to be some of the guys who have come from the early rounds. Cedric Board and Alexander Kuzan choosing the right equipment for this race seems to be the Finn. So Mortefon, Board, Kuzan, who will be the 4th place foil rider? Will it be Enrico Marotti? Will it be Basil Jacquin? There's going to be a fight between Enrico Marotti and Basil Jacquin now. So Finn versus foil for the 4th and final spot. Marotti sitting in a very good place in the overalls. Cannot afford to go out at the quarterfinal stages. Hopefully we can get the drone back for this view just to see what it is like. But it is going to be Enrico Marotti. It is going to be Enrico who manages to clinch that 4th place spot and book himself in the semi-final. Basil Jacquin misses out. A disaster for the rankings leader coming into this event, Amado Vrieswijk. This event has just not gone well for him. Things are just going wrong left, right and centre. He has got the stills. He will be back. But I have a feeling that could be his world title bid challenge over. Coming into the first mark, look at this. Enrico Marotti, Amado Vrieswijk, it looked like that was it. And then Mortefon just powered down that reach, caused all sorts of problems. The other Finns caught up, and look at that. Oh, that could have gone so wrong. Wow, hectic racing. Revolt win saying Marotti's too aggressive on the foil. You could see it. Mortefon was coming over the top, but he's like, I know the foil is going to go long, and Marotti wasn't backing off. So then Mortefon had to back off to go inside him, which is fine. That's fine. But then it caused all sort of problems behind him as the same thing happened with the crew behind. So YouTube is apparently fine, not lagging. Oh, look at that. Cedric Board and Kuzan, they were just resting on each other's stuff there, just trying to hold on. Whoa, okay, so next up we're going to go to the runners-up final of the women, and then we're going to go winners final women, then back to semi-finals for the men. Hectic stuff. You cannot be going to bed right now. I don't care what time it is. Surely you're going to have to see how this finals play out in Elimination 4. This is when the discard comes in. There is big choices to be made right now. I have never seen a more complicated decision in my life. Foil or Finn. It doesn't seem like there's any perfect formula right now. You'd have to say Mortefon looks great. That's okay. So, there we go. It is hectic. Absolutely hectic. What are we having? Let's have a look at the comments. For spectators, this is brilliant to watch and hear the commentary. Someone is not in bed yet. You ain't going to bed yet. That is for sure. Nice overtaking move from Nico. This is talking about Goya before. Let's go, Amado. I was going to say, I'm pretty sure Amado's world title bid is over now. Balls up to the neck. Jibing around with 4 foils. It looked scary, didn't it? It absolutely looked terrifying. We got Not Your Average Windsurfer saying, woohoo! I'm loving this. I'm calling in sick tomorrow for work. Good lad. That's what we like to hear. I'm not encouraging that, but this is top racing. Bash is saying I'm using my work discard tomorrow. Good to hear it. I mean, this was where it was at. On the outside jibe mark, Marotti had to go wide. Mortavon come, but check the group behind. Amado realistically just needed to stay out of trouble. Basil Jacan, it's decision making, isn't it? You know on the foil you can go wide. I can't quite see what happened. You can see Board and Kuzan trying to get round this, but everyone's just squeezing on the inside. Basil Jacan seems to be involved with all these big crashes, and it didn't work out for him. Women's runners-up final. Let's have a refresh. So, big list of riders. We're not going to go through them all, but you can see there, Gibson, with that, she was in a qualifying position in the semi and didn't make it through. So she'll be absolutely gutted with this. This is her condition. So I'd be tipping her, maybe, for a win here in the runners-up final. Revolt Wind say, I'm preparing for less than 4 hours of sleep. East Coast Sailing Centre says, Mama, these competitors are all brave heroes. No doubt about it. Got to stay awake. There's wind at sunrise tomorrow. Who needs sleep? Sleep is overrated. Here we go. Lining up. Women's runners-up final. Keep your eye on the duotone of Gibson. I'd be calling her for maybe a win in this runners-up final. But let's see how it plays out. Plenty of breeze here. We've got gusts of up to 30 knots of wind here in Japan, and the riders are all throwing it down. And this is not what I'm on about. This is not the women's runners-up final. What I'm on about. I'm going crazy. There's another couple of finals, isn't there? Semi. Someone didn't tell me. We were going to go into men's semi. So, Jordi Vonk round in first place. Rakowski in second. No, it's not Rakowski, it's Kernam. On the foil, goes round the outside. It's so hard to pick what to choose, isn't it? Because Kernam, the small man from Denmark, we're always talking about the beast these days. But this is Sebastian Kernam. He's about 80 kilos, and he is now leading this semi-final. We've got Albo in here. We've got Rakowski going for that world title. We've got Jordi Vonk, who's not having a good competition so far, but trying to get back into it. And it looks like Matteo Iachino has opted for the Finn and is definitely in the chase. We've got Bruno Martini. This is definitely not over yet. This is going to be hard-fought fourth place now. Matteo Iachino is under serious pressure from his Italian countryman, Bruno Martini. This is not someone you'd want to fight with. I say Bruno Martini, it could even be Albo. Let's keep an eye on that. Albo's behind on the foil. But look at Kernam go. Like I said, we're always talking about the beast, but Sebastian Kernam is absolutely flying, holding it on for the small boys. 80 kilos of pure muscle, and look at the lead he's got. So Kernam round in first, Rakowski in second, then we've got Jordi Vonk, then we've got Bruno Martini. Matteo Iachino needs to get it on, and he has done an amazing jibe there. Matteo Iachino is back in the mix. Albo comes through. It is going all round. There is changes of position all over the place. Good news for Rakowski fans. He's in the mix. Good news for Iachino fans, because he was looking a bit worried at one point. Tati Franz was in the mix. But Kernam, what a race from the Danish rider. Rakowski round in second place. And here comes Albo in third. Matteo Iachino, it's not over for him, because Tati Franz is catching. Tati Franz is catching, and it's really bad news. It's a bad jibe from Matteo Iachino. Bruno Martini, it looks like he might have come through. When we see the drone angle, we'll get a better idea. But Bruno Martini, for me, looks like he's got the measure. Kernam wins it by a country mile. Rakowski in second, Albo in third, and Matteo Iachino is not going to make the winners' final. And down the bottom end, it's a great race between Tati Franz and Bruno Martini. What a finish! What a finish! Bruno Martini and Tati Franz going at it all the way to the line. They crash at the end. I don't even know who won that, but the big news of that round is Matteo Iachino will not be in the winners' final, and that is bad news for the World Title Challenge. So, Rakowski in second. Albo gets the third. Oh, and wow, who got that? It's surely, maybe Tati Franz, do you need to be in a proper sailing position? It looked like it was Bruno Martini. He then plugged the rail and put the nose down. The sail crossed the line first, but I think you have to be in a proper sailing position. We will wait for the official results. Whoa. Man, you couldn't have raced that. It's Tati France. For me, that's Tati France. For me, Tati France gets that. Bruno Martini won't be getting through. Woo! I tell you what, this is why windsurfing should be on the mainstream. You don't get more exciting than that. This is absolutely going off right now. Day number 4 here in Japan for the Fly A&A Windsurfing World Cup. We have got balls to the wall racing. We've got fin versus foil at its best. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. And you see the difference on the fin. When somebody just does a bad job, you go into a bit of chop. It's so choppy out there that one mistake can cost you, and cost Matteo Iachino on that last jibe mark there. A lot of the guys been practicing on the foil. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Right, next up, second semi-final. Goya, So, Kestel, Tieme, Mortafon, Board, Kuzan, and Marotti. This is going to be another banger, no doubt about it. Wind speed, we've got gusts up to 30 knots. That's what we're hearing on the course area. We've got foilers going on, some of them on 5 meters, some of the fin guys on 5/8. It's a bit of a mixture, obviously, depending how big you are. But real interesting stuff getting thrown down here. This is great. This is what we've wanted. So Cornham, we're hearing, is on 4-4. Bruno Martini looks like he hasn't got a clue what just happened. He's like, did I qualify? Did I make it? Am I in? Well, we're about to find out. Here we go. Up into the second semi-final. Expect to see Goya up in this. Expect to see the beast, Johan So, 19 years old. We've got the Neil Pride of Enrico Marotti flying down this bottom end, and it does look like the foils are in control. Marotti, the beast, and Goya are going to be the top 3 into this first mark. So Marotti rounds in first. Johan So second. Goya goes on the inside. Great jibe from him. Then we've got, looks like Cedric Board in the mix. Then we've got the duotone. So at the moment, Mortafon is out of the top 4, and they're getting a bit stuck at that mark, and Cedric Board is pulled out a bit of ground. Could this be it? You need to find space on the fin. You need to get yourself room because the foils are pulling away from the pack. Whew, it's hectic right now. This is such great racing. Goya now in the lead. Marotti in second. The Beast in third. Cedric Board in 4th place. Nice jibe, keeping it solid. Alexander Kuzan in 5th. Then we've got Jimmy Tieme and Pierre Mortafon fighting it out. Pierre Mortafon might not qualify for the final here. This would be another upset. Goya, this could be his day. He's already won 1 elimination. He won the 2nd elimination. Could this be his fight back today? He's looking good. He's one of the guys who has really trained with the high wind foiling. I mean, they've all been training with high wind foiling, but he is one of the early adopters and definitely feels very comfortable in the stronger winds and the smaller sails. Cedric Board holding it on in 4th place. Alexander Kuzan behind. They've still got Mortafon, and I think he's got too much work to do right now, Mortafon. Cannot see him getting back into this. When you saw the speed in that quarterfinals, you thought, wow, Mortafon's in the final for sure. He's going so well today, but just proving that you've got to get the start, you've got to get the run. So Goya, Marotti, the Beast, that's your top 3. 4th place, Cedric Board needs a good jibe. Solid as a rock. Cedric Board, Mortafon's caught up, but too little too late. He surely cannot have Cedric Board on this last reach. He would need to find about 20 meters. There's no way he's got that much speed. Maybe if the race was a bit longer, it might happen, but it isn't going to happen at the moment. So Goya gets into the final. So does Marotti. So does the Beast. Another final for the Beast. And Cedric Board takes the last spot. Mortafon misses out. Oof. Okay, just going to have a little bit of a breather because that was intense. Intense. Not so many antics in that race, actually. Looked almost too easy for the boys at the front. I'm sure it wasn't, but just looking compared to the other stuff we've been watching, has been it's been bonkers. Loving to see Sebastian Kernan win that last one as well, because it is nice to see, you know, different sized people winning, especially coming from a commentator who weighs about 80 kilos as well. So when you think there's someone out there of your weight fighting against these giants, you think it's like the David and Goliath story, isn't it? You always want the small one to come through under, you know, against all the odds. So really good to see. Okay, women's runners-up final. Daviko, Tibi, Yamabe, Ishii, Kostin, Suzuki, Kabata, Steinlein, Gibson, Onishi, Saki, Suki, Sonaga, and another Suzuki. Okay, heat number 12. Let's just get up the GPS for this women's runners-up final. A lot of riders in this. I think there's like 14 riders. Runners-up final. The winner will get, I guess, 15th place if there is 14. Yeah, 15th place for the winner. So you really don't want to end up in this runners-up final. The best you can get is a 15th spot for a win. So, like I said before, Gibson, you've got to have some money on her. Anishi, I would say, is also one to watch. But a lot of the other women could cause some problems here. But I would say those two I would tip for being near the front of the fleet. Got Pedro saying another advantage to the mix. Different body types to different setups end up as an equalizer. East Coast Sailor says, Yahoo! 80 kilos won the, for the win. Amado getting unlucky. I mean, this event just couldn't have gone much worse for him, to be honest. Came in leading the world rankings. He's not going to be world champion in 2022. He's got plenty more years left, and I'm sure we'll be seeing him right back up there. But Matteo Iachino, you've already seen not make a final. Rakowski is stepping up. Yeah, it's not all over. Things are going to be changing after today. There we go. Gibson down this bottom end. Good start from her if it wasn't a general recall. We've got Onishi as well. Those are the two I pointed out. Daviko. So keep your eye on those three riders. I think they're going to be tipped for goodness in this runners-up final. She's got some speed, but just look how choppy it is out there. Whenever you see it from the drone, it always smooths out the chop a little bit. But when you see it from the drone, then you know it's uber choppy. But Gibson is going to be round in first place. Like I say, she'll be unhappy about being in this runners-up final. She really wanted to make the final. She's the IFCA World Champion 2022. So she's got the skills. She's got the speed. Daviko in second place. We've got Steinlein on the foil as well in the mix in the third place. And then we got Saki from Japan Anishi actually. Anishi in fourth place on the 0.7 sail. Then we got Saki and Suzuki. Great jibe from Gibson on the outside. Maybe the wind backing off a little bit now. Daviko not quite getting that jibe good. And Steinlein from Germany is going to come through. Tibi from Israel also in fourth place. Then Onishi on the 0.7. We've got the close-up drone going on. Gibson looks like she's got this in the bag. Yeah, looks like a more cruisy wind at the moment. Davico looking pretty good there, but it's going to be Steinlein, I think, going through. And Tibby on Nishi behind her. Davico holding on. Definitely a good mix between Finn and Foyle today. How fast are they going? Well, in this heat specifically, 46 kilometers an hour for Gibson. So Gibson going to win this. It's going to be a 15th place. So she's probably not going to be super happy with that. She wanted to make the final, give herself a chance at top honours, but crashed out in the semi-final and missed out on the top 7. 53 kilometres an hour on that last reach. She's happy, but she's upset. She knows she didn't want to be in that runners-up final. Steinlein going over the line. Third place is Tibby from Israel. Then we got Davico from France. And then it looked like it was on Nishi. Well, Saki actually having a battle there. So Saki comes through just ahead of Onishi from Japan. There was the start. Davico, Gibson and Onishi. But it was Gibson who led from the front, clean all the way round, and brought home the win quite comfortably in the end. Alrighty, let's get it on. Now let's get into the final. Big heat, this one. A lot of riders. One mistake on the start could cost you. Mortafon is leading the event so far with consistency. Alabao has the most to gain today. If she were to bang in a good result, she would get a discard and she could go into the event lead. So it'll all be about this race right now. Cousin Castell can definitely put in some work. She's not been super consistent so far, so she needs a bullet. Sarah Kita Offringer not having her best event, but maybe she could put in a top result here. Well, we're about to find out who's going to throw it down, who's going to be leading up. We've got, let's wait and see. Is that a general recall? Is that a good start? It's a general recall. I was going to say, it looked like they were early. Looked like there was a couple of Severns up that top end who'd pushed it a little bit too much. Yeah, there's a couple of Severns up that top end that could be being looked at, let's say. Oppendow maybe in the mix up there. Hella Oppendow, she likes to ping the start a little bit. Okay, I'm just rest the voice a little bit. I've got Pedro saying the drone coverage is pretty impressive. Goya was peaking over 60 kilometers on the reach. Okay, so general recall, waiting to hear who was over the line early. Like I said, up that top end on the Severn. Oppendow maybe looking pretty close, let's see. There was a few Severns. Was there one over? I mean, it's a big fleet, so wouldn't surprise me that we've got some over earlies. There we go. Watchers on. The guys that are out already. Still waiting to hear who is over. Looks a bit dejected. If you are just tuning in, you have missed some absolutely crazy racing. Oh, Mr. Amado Vrieswijk might be joining us in this booth. Are you in? Is he in? Can you hear him? Mr. Amado Vrieswijk, let's wait and see if you're in there. So, general recall, still no results through yet. Check, check, check. Hello?
Right, you hear me?
Yeah, okay, so Amado Vrieswijk, whoa, it's not quite gone your way at this event so far, has
I
it?
got T-bone like nothing else in that heat.
Have you seen it? Do we have it?
Nah, I don't want to see it.
You sure? This is it. So this is Amado Vrieswijk, obviously on the foil on the far left-hand side of your picture.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there was no room. There was no room for them.
I mean, from an outsider point of view...
It actually looks in their favor via the live stream.
Yeah.
But they were behind me. They should have gone above me. And this was not their...
Okay, because I was thinking you could have gone quite wide, but you're already coming down.
Yeah, exactly. You see it from a different angle now, but they were behind me at this point. See, I'm in front of them, and he just shot in. They should have gone around me.
I think there was just no room for him, because
exactly.
if you look, they couldn't be any closer.
He didn't even start turning. He just went straight.
Yeah. I think these two on the inside caused all the problems, because Basil had nowhere to go, so he had to go straight.
They just dive-bombed it straight away.
You probably can't see shit as well downwind.
I looked back, and they were all fighting behind me. And you also don't see it on here, but Enrico and Pierre, they were shouting to each other because Pierre was trying to
shut him down. That looked hectic. I don't know if you've got that, but
they tried to shut him down.
Yeah.
And then I went wider so I could go on the inside, and they just...
I mean, the interesting thing with the Pierre and the Marotti thing is Marotti just didn't back off. Like, he was below him.
Pierre, man, we're qualifying first, second, and third, like, easy.
Yeah.
And Pierre was just coming down on me. Then he went straight onto him. Like, man, we were just qualifying, you know?
Well, it was a difficult one because you always knew Marotti was going to go wider than Pierre. But Pierre was trying to roll him, but he couldn't roll him.
Yeah, but he was going down. He's sending him more down. So that's why I went wide. And the other guys just sent it on the inside. But yeah, it's part of racing, I guess.
Yeah. You'll be back, but it's got to feel pretty rubbish right now because it's just not quite gone your way, has it? You've had to hit the bag yesterday, maybe?
Yeah, and I was flying. I really felt good yesterday.
You look quick.
And then the last final, I stopped on the line because I thought we were over. And a few guys had the same idea, but apparently we were not. So I had a kind of a messy start. But the speed was great.
Yeah.
And I had a good gust, went over, and then that bag. I mean, I went from
that was a good crash.
How much
I heard the boom didn't make it.
Shot. Yeah, well, that's part of the game, I guess.
Did you see Macmillan's crash earlier?
No, yeah, he just showed me, yeah.
Oh, my
Yeah, he went
God.
over the top, no?
That is some of the...
Yeah, there he is. He told me his body is hurting, so...
I mean, that's pretty...
But it looks nice now. But I'm saying it was my first time on a 5-0, and I was stacked on the foil.
It looked brutal, man. It looked some brutal racing. Yeah. Okay, so we've got the women's final coming up. We've got pretty much all the major players in this. Marion Mortafon at the moment leading the results. But that can all change with one discard because Blanca Alabao, with one discard, if she has a good one here, can pull right up the rankings. She's also got a 1 and a 2, so she gets rid of an 18.5 if she gets a good result here. But Marion Mortefon looked good in the early proceedings. But here we go. So it's a good start, we're hoping. We've got Oceane Lescardieu up that top end. Down this bottom end, we've got Oppendal on the Severn. We've got Sarah Keita on the Neil Pride, should be in there somewhere. That's her. Looks like quite a small sail for Sarah Keita, but she's flying. So is Marion Mortefon in the front. We've got Cousin Castel a little bit further back. It's all to play for now. Marion Mortefon is a woman on a mission right now. She's killing it in the foil. She's dominating on the fin as well. So it's Marion Mortefon goes round the first mark in first place. Sarah Keita off ringer from Aruba in second. Then we've got, Sarah Keita's gone down. Cousin Castel has to avoid. She manages to do it.
Now, yeah?
And then it's close. Sarah Jackson's in there. And then we have the foil coming through. That's the usual one. It's like the hare and the tortoise with the foil. Just goes round the outside, doesn't lose speed, doesn't look that dynamic at that speed, but it's making sense. It's making sense. But Marion Mortefon, look at her go. She's got a 1, a 2, and a 3. And at the moment, she's staring another bullet in the face. Cousin Castel from France in second place. Then we've got Oppendal in third. So keeping the dreams alive of a podium on the World Championships. It's one event for the women. So this is effectively a World Championship. So winner takes all. Marion Mortefon looking very good here in Japan. Second place, Cousin Castel. Then we've got Oppendal. Great jibe from her. We've also got Lametiere on there as well in about 5th place. Sarah Keita trying to make her way back into the mix. Quan Ching from Hong Kong looking pretty high on that foil. It looks sketchy on the foil, I got to say, compared to the fin, but they're making it count. Marion Mortefon, though, look at her go, looking so confident at the moment. Marion Mortefon, good jibe from her. Just needs to get out of that jibe nice and clean. Cousin Castel looks so jibes into a hole and she falls straight off. So that opens the door. Lametiere is going to have a good run here, but Sarah Keita has already made her way right back into the mix. So this is definitely not all over for the Aruban, as Oppendal coming through as well. Wow, this is super close, actually. Not at the front. Marion Mortefon killing it. Off ringer in second. Then we've got Najima from Japan. Oppendal, Cousin Castel, Lescardieu, Quan Ching in the mix. Oh, we lost Oppendal, I think. No, we lost Najima. So Najima goes down. Mortefon already round and clean. She's going to win this. Sarah Keita, great jibe from her. Lemetiere from France. She's in, I think, second or third place overall. So keeping it consistent from the up-and-coming French rider. But there's only one person who's going to win this. Great race from Marion Mortefon. Led from start to finish. She punches the air. It's got to feel pretty good to win on the fin. It's been a long time since we've done some proper fin, full power racing. Sarah Keita makes it all the way back to second place. Justine Lemetiere in third place. And then fourth place, it looks like Oppendal. So that's your top four. And we'll have to get the official results of the rest of the women. She looks a bit tired. What's more tiring, foil or fin?
Well, I've not been on the fin for a long time, but what I heard, like the guys are saying, like one heat feels like 20 foil heats.
Yeah, it's tiring.
Especially in these conditions.
I remember doing the Deafy Wind on the fin, and I honestly felt like I'd done
but
a year's worth of sailing.
Out there now. It's very choppy.
You can see it on the jibes. You know, these guys and girls are the best in the world, and when they're falling off on the jibe, you know, don't kid yourselves at home. Don't think, oh, yeah, they're not very good at jibing. It is so difficult.
Very hard.
So difficult. And it's got like a cross chop, and there's almost a bit of swell. Like, I know that we're in a harbour type situation, but there is like this swell and chop at the same time. So that makes it even more tricky. So there we go. Marion Mortefon will be leading after 4 eliminations and a discard. Blanca Alabao will definitely pull up the rankings, but she's not going to take the lead. Oppendal will be up there. Lametiere will be up there as well. Next up, we've got the runners-up final for the men. And we've got some big names in this. Giacchino not making the final. Isaac not making the final. Mortefon not making the final. Did you see actually the final with the boys with Tati and Bruno?
Yeah, I was looking at it from the beach, yeah. It looked hectic.
Did Tati make it? Yes.
Yeah, Tati made it, yeah. That's flying on the slalom stuff.
Look at that,
Keeping
though.
the Finn dream alive, right?
Yeah, exactly. What a great race from Marion Mortafon. She knows that's a big one. That is a big one. In a big fleet like that, one mistake can cost you a lot of places. So that will feel really good. Oh, someone's maybe coming in to change. Just a
Yeah, I
little
think
shot
the wind is dropping. We're seeing bigger holes now at the moment.
Yeah. Some big decisions to be made now, isn't
Yeah.
there? Really big decisions. And it looks like Board. Well, we just saw a shot of Matt Chetrakovsky
Yeah, I
and
think he's
Board
coming
heading this way. So
Yeah, I think
maybe
he is
just
up there.
testing the course or maybe coming in. Yeah, they look like they're coming in.
I think it will be a very good, a good choice to go in the foil now, I must say.
Yeah, so it looks like a few of the boys heading in to change gear, or they've been given extra time to change gear. It could be either or. Have to wait and see. So, runners-up final, Bruno Martini, Matteo Iachino, the two Italians. We've got Jordi Vonk, Matthias Isaac, Mortafon, Kuzan, Kestel, and Tieme. So, pretty stacked. Some big names in this. And you never know. These results could be counting. We're going to see plenty of up and downs in the results, that's for sure. Going into this, Matteo Iachino had a third, a first, and a third. So he will be, after 4 eliminations, on 6.7 points. He will discard whatever he gets in this race, but it means he's got no backup now. On the other hand, you've got Enrico Marotti with a 5, a 2, and a 1. And he is in the final already. So if he gets it higher than a 5th, he could take over the lead from Matteo Iachino. You've also got Matt Chetrakovsky with a 4, an 8, and a 2. If he were to win that final, he would be on level points with Matteo Iachino.
Yeah.
So it is really all to play for in the world title race. I mean, the man sitting next to me, Amado Vrieswijk, it's not gone quite so well. I mean, in saying that, a 9, a 3, and an 8, you've made 2 finals. Obviously, hitting that bag in the water yesterday gives you the 8th.
Yeah.
You were probably. I mean, Maciek ended up second in that race, and
Yeah.
you were fighting with.
Yeah, if everything would have gone, I would be in like around 3rd spot again. Yeah.
So, you know, it's really small margins at this level.
Exactly.
Pierre Mortafon, 6, 5, 9. He's now in the runners-up final. It's not quite gone well for him. Nicholas Goya could pull right up to lead in this event. He's got a first, a 16, and a 4, so he discards the 16 and gets what he gets in this final. Fully capable of winning the final. You know, could put him leading this competition. So it really is going to come down to this one final.
I just
who
saw
finishes
Maciek
where.
running up the beach. I think he's going to go for
Foil.
his foil. Yeah.
Ooh, it's exciting. This must be so stressful for you guys of what
Yesterday
gear to
was
pick.
a very hard day to choose because you would go out and it's like, oh, it's 7-0, powered up. And the next round it's like, oh, maybe we should go 8-0.
Yeah.
You go back out, it's like, oh, 6-0 would also work now.
Yeah,
And especially with the
scary.
wings. I don't know how many times I changed front wings. There you have my check.
Yeah, there's people running around the beach. I mean, it's big decisions, especially for the guys that are in world title contention. It's definitely dropped. I mean, 100%. You look out the window now, it hasn't got that crazy feel about it. It's windy still, but it hasn't got that crazy wind that we had this morning.
I think we're almost close to 6-0 on the foil at the moment.
We've got Stream Fact saying Amado is the world's biggest windsurf talent.
Thank you.
Hey,
Yeah.
don't say it too much. You won't get out the door. No, but he is. This guy is a friggin' machine. I mean, you win a freestyle world title and then you go on and win Silt the next year.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive stuff, dude. You're like one of those actors. You know those actors that do like some, I don't know, like they've got some illness and they lose track and they're like 60 kilos and the next year they're playing the fat man in the film and they've put on like...
It kind of feels like
I'm not saying you're fat, but you've put on so many kilos.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
No, it's a great journey. I mean, we tried it. I mean, I was thinking about like I need to get heavy. I want to go more into the racing, and the weight has paid off. So we know what to work on for next year. And I must say, I've been close to the development of the set foils at the moment, but I have not trained at all for this. And I feel, especially in the light winds, you need to be trimmed. You need to have everything set. I got new stuff. You know, never tried. You come here, you just go for it. It's not the ideal, especially if you're not if you're going for a world title, you need to have everything set. Especially this
Is
level,
that's because you've been doing a lot with the IQ foil? Is that what you mean? You're not trained much on the...
Yeah, I mean, yeah. It has been a busy year.
Yeah, it's been non-stop, hasn't it? I mean, you've
exactly.
gone from being a freestyler who does like 2 events a year to IQ sailor who is like
I mean, I've
one
not
a
been
week.
home since May. I've been on the road since May, only back and forth. Either it's slalom or it's freestyle. I've done a few AFBTs. Yeah, you name it. You have training camps for the IQ. So yeah.
So there we go. In confirmation, Maciej Rakowski is going for the foil.
Yeah.
I mean, him going for a world title, you really would want a caddy at this event, wouldn't you? You know, back in the day when there's more money involved, 100% you'd have had a caddy.
Exactly.
There's no two ways about it. Now, every man for themselves, you know, doing everything themselves, which is crazy, with so much gear, so much choices to make, with, you know, big changes in the wind, and it takes, what, 5 minutes to get up to the start line?
Yeah.
It's, you know,
well, there was a whole thing. Apparently, Pierre just arrived for the start. Like, he couldn't get back up in time, so it was like 1.5 minutes before the start.
Okay.
So he was pretty pissed at that. And he said, yeah, Enrico was there very fast, but he was on the foil, of course. So it takes one.
Yeah, because on the
upwind.
fin, it's a big difference between
exactly.
getting upwind and on the foil. Okay, so we got yellow flag on the boat, so less than 2 minutes to go. We've got a big runners-up final here. We've got people with nothing to lose who are very fast. One man, Bruno Martini. You know, he can cause some massive upsets.
This guy is fast.
He's fast, yeah, he is fast. Nobody wants him in the heat because he's a bit of a real danger man.
Yeah.
He's got the skills to win by country mile,
Exactly.
but you know, he can be in between. So Bruno Martini, we've got Matteo Iachino, we've got Mortafon. You know, both of these guys in the runners-up final. Matthias Isaac, all of these guys were going for a world title. They did not want to be in this runners-up final, but they know if they win it, it's still a single-digit result, and that can be the difference between at the end of the event counting a 9th place and making it, or getting a PMS early on and being a disaster. So you do still need to put down here. They still need to get as good as possible. Okay, lining up for the start. Who have we got? We've got up the top end, nearest the boat, we've got Kestel. And we've got Duotone. We've got Jordi Vonk in the middle somewhere. Jimmy Tieme in the middle. Down the bottom end, it's really squeezing. Oh, I tell you what, Bruno got absolutely done by Matthias Isaac there on the foil. Matteo Iachino, though, flying out of the pin end and looks like he's got a really good run of it.
Yeah.
Matthias Isaac.
Oh, it's enough early?
Matteo Iachino.
Yeah,
oh, was
it's enough
it?
early,
Oh, it's a general recall, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're slowing down.
I hope it's not Matthias. It already looked very on the
Let's
edge.
have another look.
Look.
Oh, no, the top end.
Yeah.
Top end. Who was that?
Is that Pierre?
Pierre. Looks like it's not Vonk, is it? It's too short a sail number. It looks like Pierre
and I think this
Jimmy.
is Jimmy, and this is Jordi.
Yeah. So Pierre and Jimmy may be in trouble here. That would be. I mean, his world title bid's over. You know, looking at this, I don't see him coming back from that. A PMS in that one. Looking at his results, 6.59.
Yeah, I have the same.
16.
I have the same. So.
Yeah, it's but we get, you know, we got today. Today's the penultimate day. Tomorrow's the last day. If they're doing heats like this, we did try and change the format this morning to do less heats so we could get more results to come through. Everyone voted against it. So we're not going to get, I don't see any more than another 3 eliminations.
No, I don't think it's going to be hard to get the second discard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very difficult. So a lot of the guys who are out of the running now are out. And it looks like to me, Matteo Iachino, Rakowski are going to be the ones fighting for that world title.
Yeah.
A lot could come down to this final that's coming up as well. If Rakowski could win this final, it would put it very close and very interesting indeed. I think, I'm just looking down the list. I have a feeling Goya might have a say in this because he's going to be in between a few of these guys. I think he's wanting to prove a point. He finished 9th in Silt. People were kind of counting him out. Maybe he'd lost it.
Definitely not.
He's definitely not out of it, is he? He's got the skills.
I must say there is a difference. Like, you know, foil gets very technical. Different water, salty water, sweet water, everything makes it different on foils. And we are seeing a lot of different guys are way faster here than on silt.
Yeah.
And it has to do with waves probably. It has to do with current. It has to do with with the type of water we had there. So
It's good though, isn't it? It's so good to mix it up and
Yeah,
have
exactly.
different conditions. That's what you want. You want a true world champion. You want to see him battling out on the fin. You want to see it on the foil. You want to see it in waves. You want to see it in flat. You know, the gusty stuff is super interesting watching. It's obviously hard for you guys, but I think the more difficult the conditions, the more interesting the live
Yeah,
stream.
because then you separate the, well, how do you say it? The man from the boys.
The wheat from the chaff,
Exactly,
yeah. Oh, Maciek coming in again.
Yeah, looks like, or he's just.
Or was he just having a little go?
Yeah. Yeah, it looked like Matteo was on a 6-0. Yeah, definitely, and Mateus is on the 5-0. You can see the difference.
Okay.
So
Yeah, it's still windy.
Yeah.
Definitely dropped, but still windy.
Look at the last mark. If you look out of the window now,
Yeah.
it's definitely less.
It's
now.
light, isn't it? It's
Not light, but
Yeah, but a lighter.
like
light-
less. Probably if they put up the PWA measurements now, it's like 7 to 15
Yeah.
knots. Yeah, right.
I mean, just to give everyone some context, that yesterday they were going 7 to 13 knots on the course, and people are coming in going, I'm dying.
Yeah, we're on
It's
like a few guys were on 6-0, almost exploding. Yeah, it's 7 to 12 knots. Yeah, right. No, but it's great.
So, still waiting for confirmation of who was over the line early. Yeah, not heard anything yet. We'd expect it to be Mortafon looking at what we saw.
Yeah.
And that does look, Mr. Mortafon is heading back this way,
Yes.
doesn't it? And it does look like Jimmy Tieme came this way as well. So I would suggest it was what like we saw on the live stream, Jimmy Tieme and Pierre Mortafon. Jimmy might have got away with it. He's a little bit further back, but let's see.
Okay, you have the caddy for Maciek.
Okay.
Looks like Rites is doing the caddy for him.
Do you have to pay a caddy these days? Is it like in the day? I
Nah.
remember Finian Maynard having John Sky and giving him a cut of the prize money.
Oh, really? No. Well, maybe we should do that, something like this. No, but I think now at the moment everything is just helping our friend out, so it's fine.
Okay. Well, still no new. Oh, there we go. Mortafon and Tieme both over the line early. There we go. So it is official. Pretty much what we saw on the live stream. So 6 riders now in this, and I'm pretty sure that is the World Championship dream of Mortafon is over for 2022. The event not totally over for him, but the world title has gone. Still, depending where you finish here, you need to earn some prize money. It's worth battling it out.
Maybe we get the ticket back home.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's hard, isn't it? Traveling with all the stuff at the moment.
Yeah, I was lucky. I had 4 bags with me, but they were definitely over 40 kilos. I hope Kyle M doesn't hear me now, but
You should have a deal with those guys.
yeah, well, they don't do it
They
anymore.
don't, do they? They
No.
just use you as a... Oh, brilliant. No, it's perfect. We don't want to sponsor you. We make more money out
Yeah,
of you.
exactly.
What we got this? I'm just looking down. Please ask Amado if he can give a few tips to make the foil faster, polishing it, or what does he do? And then Tut Tut says he told me he rubs coconut oil on it. It makes it finish faster. Don't do that.
I think
Don't
the
do that.
best sun cream, factor 80 or something. If you rub it in, I think that will make your foil the fastest there is there.
No, but that totally destroys it, doesn't it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just in case there are people out there going,
No, don't do it, especially-
Amado said this. Do not do that.
Don't do that.
Do not do that. The best thing is no grease, no nothing. It needs to be wet and dry, really, isn't it?
Yeah, but there are differences. If you're sailing in a lake, if it's sweet water, we normally go around 2,000. We go sandpaper, how you call it, the grit?
yeah,
The
2,000.
2,000.
The grip.
And normally in salty water we use 1,500, and
Okay.
that's just about you get more grip. It sounds crazy, but you get more grip on the wings and on the mass.
Less cavitation. It's like
It helps a lot. Yeah,
Okay.
but it's still
Work in
Yeah,
progress.
exactly.
Yeah.
It's still something that we really have to dig deep into because there is a lot of potential in sanding foils. So yeah, if someone has any suggestions for me, let me know.
It is. It's still work in progress. Okay, into the last minute. Runners-up final. Martini, Iachino, the two Italians in this. We got Vonk, Isaac, Kuzan, and Kestel. Jimmy Tieme, Pierre Mortavon are out, so they will not be taking part in this. So 6 riders. Runners-up final, so every place counts. If you win this, you finish 9th. Should be getting in pretty close now.
Yeah, they're coming.
Yeah, lining
I
up.
must say, it's such a great live stream. The footage we're having is insane.
The boys
I
are
think the best
delivering,
so
aren't
far.
they? Yeah, I would say so too. So here we go. Well, there we go. There's the boys. So we got Kestel up near the boat. We've got Alexander Kuzan just down from him on the Patrick sail. Then we got Jordi Vonk, and then we got the Saverns, and then we got Bruno Martini. Not a great start for Bruno Martini, but a good start for Kestel, and a great start for Matteo Iachino. Iachino, well, actually, Kestel, he's got the speed here. If he gets the gust, Kestel could be going around in first place, which could cause problems for the foil. We know the foil's going to go wide here. And Kestel will have an eye on him because he's going to want Matteo to slow down a little bit now because he needs to find some room. But Kestel from France, could he win this runners-up final? He's going to go around in first place. So Kestel in first, then Iachino in second. Then we got Jordi Vonk. Then we got Matthias Isaac. Then we've got Alexander Kuzan. And there we go, wide jibe from Iachino, and Iachino just smokes him. That is the difference with the foil. It's not dropped a lot, but now it feels like it's foil weather. There's a few still holes on the jibe marks. The way the chop is coming in.
Look at Jordi. They're
not as powered up now.
Not as powered up. No, they're
definitely. Matthias Isaac having a move here. Yeah. So Iachino round in first place. Matthias Isaac now on the second foil moves up into second. Kestel in third, Jordi Vonk in fourth. Then we've got Kuzan. Then we've got Bruno Martini. Kuzan going down on that outside jibe mark, and Jordi making a move on Kestel. But it's all about the foils at the front. Matteo Iachino will be trying to get another single digit. It won't be wanting to count this result because he wants the world title. So a 9th place is for him a discard. But you're better to have a lower discard than a higher discard just in case. You never know. Matthias Isaac has his world championship world title still alive. Maybe a podium is still in the balance. He was 5th in Silt. He's still got some good results here with a good discard. Matteo Iachino, though, has pulled out on the rest of the field. Matthias Isaac has got a fight with Kestel and Jordi Vonk, and they are actually catching him. It's going to come down to the last jibe mark for the second place in this runners-up final. But in front, Matteo Iachino will absolutely smoke this. You can't see him falling off there. So controlled. And there we go. Matthias Isaac's going to go wide. Jordi Vonk's going to go on the inside. And he's going to have a little bit of a run on him here. Who's your money on here? Can Isaac hold off Jordi Vonk on the last reach? It's going to be close. Jordi Vonk is going to have a good go at him.
I think he's too far back.
It's going to be very close.
He's too far back.
But yeah, he's not got enough. So it will be Matteo Iachino who finishes 9th in this 4th elimination. And he is sitting on 6.7 points in the overalls. Matthias Isaac does, in fact, squeeze out Jordi Vonk. So Matthias Isaac 10th, 11th place Jordi Vonk, 12th place Kestel, and then Bruno Martini just a little bit further back, followed by Alexander Kuzan.
What a start by Iachino.
Yeah,
and Kestel.
Nailed that.
Yeah,
absolutely nailed it. Does look like it's foil weather. It's quite on the edge, isn't it? But it just
But you could also see already that Mateus was a bit underpowered on the 5. So I think a 6 is the way to go. So it's probably around, let's say, 22, 25 knots at the moment.
Yeah.
In the good gusts.
You just see the difference in the jibes, though, don't you? The straight, there's not that much in it. The fin is just a bit quicker, like a tiny bit quicker. But on the jibes, as soon as you hit a bit of chop, that foil is just taking meters out of you.
But I also think if we look at the progress we did with foils, we really worked on the light wind and the medium stuff. Like the very small stuff is not really worked on, like the sails, the wings,
You think it's going to get bigger, the gap?
I think we can go a lot quicker in these winds with foil. Yeah.
Okay, so here we go. final, elimination 4. This is when the discard comes in, so this is a big one. We've got Sebastian Kernum. He smoked it in the semis, 80 kilos, and he was having it. So all eyes will be on the Danish rider. We're always talking about the other Danish rider, Johan So, the beast, but Kernum maybe got a bit of a score to settle here. Who is going to win it out of those two? Be interesting. Maciej Rakowski still keeping those World Cup dreams alive. Could he be world champion in 2022? Well, this final might have a big say in it. If he were to win it or to be in the top 2, he would definitely put himself back in the running. We've got Albo, who is retiring this year, so he's going to want to go out with a bang. We've got Tati Frans, who will be holding it on for the Finns, no doubt about it. We've got Goya, who's got something to prove, I think. Nothing to us, but I think just himself, just to prove he's up there. He's already won 1 elimination. We've got Enrico Marotti, who finished Silk with a bang, and he's looking to win here in Japan. And then we've also got Cedric Board, who's been putting up a good fight on the Finn. So, probably about 30 seconds to go. Let's get into it. Still a mixture of differences between fins and foils. Tati Frans on the fin. We got Goya on the foil. Johan So on the foil. Maciej we saw on the foil as well. It's a big bunch of foils now. It's only Cedric Board and Tati Frans on the fin as we come into the start line. Tati Frans in the middle of the pack. They all cross the line together. Down this bottom end, we've got Enrico Marotti, then Albo, just upwind of them. Sebastian Kernum. We've got Maciej Rakowski a bit further back, and Tati Frans getting squeezed out on the fin, just upwind of them. They've got the Beast, and then actually not looking so good at the moment is Nicholas Goya right at the top end. Oh, and then we lost Sebastian Kernum, pushing super hard, but just got too loose. Down the bottom end, it's going to be Enrico Marotti rounding first. Antoine Albo in second place. He's not been doing the best jibes, but that was a good jibe from the big man. A really good jibe, and he's overtaken Enrico Marotti. Come on, Mr. Albo. Can he get one last win on the PWA Tour? He's over 50 years old, and he is still taking down the young boys. He's going to be loving this right now.
I think if he wins this, he's going to scratch his head once more. Am I going to do it one more year?
If ever there was a man who knows what it's like to be winning a race, it is this man, Antoine Albo, at the front once again. Maybe for the last time ever. Let's wait and see. In second place, Enrico Marotti. And I tell you what, Nicholas Goya is already up into third place. Or third place, yes. Rakowski got some work to do. The Beast a bit further back. Then we've got Cedric Board and Tati Frans. Out in front, though, Antoine Albo, 25 times world champion. Can he get one last win on the PWA Tour? We're about to find out. 2 jibe marks to go. Antoine Albo looking solid. But here comes Nicholas Goya. Goya is coming back, and it's not a good jibe from Albo. It's not the best jibe from Albo. He's got the speed, but up the top end, Goya and Enrico Marotti and Nico Goya has picked his way through the pack on the Phantom gear, and he is now leading this elimination 4. And he hits the water there. We didn't used to see that. Enrico Marotti has got a chance here as we come into the last jibe mark. He's got a better angle, but Nico Goya jibes round in first, Enrico in second. Then we've got Albo in third, followed by Maciej Rakowski over some pretty nasty looking water. The Beast behind him, but Nicholas Goya is looking like he's going to get his second win here in Japan. It's going to move him up in the overalls and maybe put him in first place. We'll need to do some maths at the end of this, but Nicholas Goya, the 2021 world champion, wins again here in Japan. Second place is Enrico Marotti, followed by Albo in third, Maciej Rakowski in fourth, the Beast in fifth. Sixth place, I think, between Tati Frans and Cedric Board.
What a final.
Oh, good race. Oh, Albo, it was there. It was there.
I think he was on too small sail. Look, I think they're on 5-4s or something.
Look at the start from Goya. Was right back in the pack. And look at him right up that top end. We lost Kernum on that first reach. And watch where Goya comes from.
Everybody goes wide. You can see it.
We're not going to see it.
Everybody went wide on that first mark. And he just jumped it from the inside.
At this point, I thought Albo's going to have it. He's going to get that win. He's going to get the win he wants. And then it just touches down there. Jumped up, touched down.
He missed his front strap as well.
As soon as you miss the strap, it's horrible, isn't it? Yeah. It's a bit of a scary moment. You're just balancing there going, oh, God, can't get the power down. Great race from Goya, though.
All right, Ben.
All right, cheers, dude.
I'm going to get ready again.
All right, good luck in the next one. Okay, so thanks to Amado for joining us there. Like I said, he's been absolutely styling on the foil. Finished Silt in first place. Came here with the hope of taking home the World Championship, but it's not going to be. He isn't going to be World Champion in 2022, but he's going to be back for more. He's still a young kid. He's got mega talent. He isn't going too far away. Right, let's have a look at the overall results. Nicholas Goya will have a first, and a fourth. For me, he goes into the lead. Oh no, Enrico Marotti, actually. What's Marotti got? Enrico Marotti, a second, and a first. So Enrico Marotti will go into the lead. Nicholas Goya will go into second place. And Matteo Yukino will go into third. Maciek Rakowski, I think, might be in fourth. Okay, so we're going to go outside. We're going to find out some riders. We're going to do some interviews. So you might want to go to bed right now, but stay because we want to know what's been going on there. We want to hear from them. See you in a couple of minutes.
浦半島 for you 贅沢な旅をあなたに KQ for you
Ladies and gentlemen, we expect to arrive at Tokyo International Airport in about 15 minutes.
Day 3 here in Japan for the Fly A&A Windsurfing World Cup. We will forecast big wins today. We were up early, but it hasn't quite yet delivered, but the clouds are looking ominous. The wind is coming, and we are already going with a men's winners final. So, end of day 3 here in Japan, and what a day it was. We had from winds ranging from 8 knots up to over 20 knots. We had guys and girls going on the fin, but I tell you what, the winner of the day was definitely the foil. But the results were up and down. In the women, a consistent day for Marion Mortefon. She sits at the top of the tree, but a win for Delphine Cousin-Kestel in the last one puts her up. But I would say the winner of the day has to be Blanca Alabao, a first and a second.
I was being consistent in the dives, and in the last one I say, okay, I go all or nothing, and did a good inside and good last reach, so finally I win my first elimination.
In the men, we had 3 different winners for 3 eliminations. The first one went to the 2021 foil champion Nicholas Goya. The second one, a real tight battle between Matteo Iachino and Enrico Marotti, with Iachino taking the win. And in the last one, Enrico Marotti finally got the win.
Final that I won, I had a really good start, and from there on I just pushed really hard. I went for it, I was really focused, and I managed to bring it home.
Leader in the overall, Matteo Iachino, sits at the top of the tree and he now leads the overall world rankings. Enrico Moretti in second, and Maciej Rakowski has not given up the world title race just yet. So with 2 more days left to go, the title races are wide open. So stay tuned to PWA TV because we will be bringing you all the action. Welcome back. We are already into elimination 5. We've got a lot of our Japanese crew out on the water. Looks like Kudo is leading this one at the moment. Kuramochi in second. We got Suzuki in third, and Kutsuna in 4th place at the moment, but pretty close with Ikoma. So yeah, it's looking. It looks like we're on again for the race, and the wind has dropped a little bit. It's still windy. It's still contestable, and we're still going to have some great racing, no doubt about it. But yeah, we are not going to see the 30-knot gust coming through the course area. Still in the 20s, though. So that was a win for Kudo. Kuramochi coming through on the loft sail now. In second place, he'll qualify into the second round. You see, has dropped a bit. Still white capping out there. Probably still gusts up to 20 knots. But we're going to see, I guess, a lot more foil now. Who's still up with me? Who's still watching? Maybe the Southern Hemisphere still around. I'm sure a lot of the Euros have gone to bed. But it was definitely worth staying up for that first elimination of the day. Elimination 4. Some crazy stuff going down there. Some amazing racing. What were the highlights? I guess that semi-final, was it? The semi-final with Tati Franz and Bruno Martini. That was a good one. So up again for the start of the next one. Looks like we got a clean start. This is heat number 2, elimination 5. Japan 6, looking good at the moment. Kenta, looking very solid. We've got a bit of a fin action up there on the loft sail, so keep your eye on the fin. I think we're going to see the big differences as we come inside to this first jibe mark. That's Japan 22, Koyinda. He's having a little bit of look below him. He's like, is there anyone there? Oh, hope he's seen him. I don't think he did see him, actually. But nice jibe from Koyinda. And that's the difference between the foil and the fin. Look at the difference in getting going. Koyinda, very experienced Japanese racer. He's been doing the tour for quite a few years now. Knows what he's doing. So confirmation of results from before. Just going them in. Japan, I think it's Kudo in first. Then we had Kuramochi. Then we had Suzuki. And the 4th place rider getting through to the next round was Ikoma. This is Japan 6, Kenta. Looking good at the moment. It's definitely dropped. We're going to see some high quality foil action, I think, but the fins will be dropping away. Would have been good to see that wind carry on throughout the day. Could have been very, very exciting. Mixing it up. If you have just joined us, results have changed quite a bit. We've got Enrico Marotti now leading in the overall event rankings here. He left it too late in Silt. A better result for him in Silt would have put him in such a good position for his first ever world title, but a 6th place in Silt. He won the last 2 eliminations. He just didn't get it together in the early stuff. But so that's probably going to cost him, because even if he was to win here, he would need the other guys to drop back a bit, and it still looks like Maciej Rakowski, Mateo Aquino are still in the mix. You can see how much it is dropping now. So we are going to see some foil racing, I think. So if you're tuning in to watch the fin stuff, I suggest you go back and watch the first elimination, because there was some great stuff getting thrown down. Some great watching. Got Dave McKenzie saying still watching over in Vancouver, Canada. Almost 7 o'clock. Time to crack open the beers, Dave, if you haven't already. Or maybe you don't drink, who knows? Or maybe a Jack and Coke. What do they drink in Canada? Moose water. No, I'm joking, that's a bit. What's the drink of choice in Canada? What is the drink of choice in Canada? Hot cup of tea. Have a hot chocolate. String Factory says the Vikings never sleep. Well, you've got some vested interest here. Kurnum giving a good account of himself, hold 80 kilos of him. And then you've got the beast, over 100 kilos of Norwegian Viking, Johan So. Is, I mean, he has really burst onto the scene this year. Giving you guys something to cheer about. Dave McKenzie said lemonade and bubbly water. Sounds very, very healthy. Okay, let's have a look. Let's get in. We're going into the second round of the men's. We've got heat number 3 coming up next. Hubert, Tajima. We've got Makia, Jazunas, Nakai, Kuramochi, Kanagami, and Suzuki in this one. And it does look like the women have gone back to the original format. So rather than 2 semi-finals and then straight into finals, runners-up final, they've gone back to the 4 heats into the semi-finals and then the finals. We got Dao tuning in. It says 4 o'clock in sunny Tarananga in New Zealand. Supporting Tenhave. We'll see New Zealand hope. It's always nice when you've got like a fellow country person involved in the PWA and the live streams on. Gives you someone to cheer for. I think it should be mandatory. We have someone from every country. So, results coming in. They're moving the course, we're hearing. So the wind has moved a little bit. So they're going to put, okay, 10 past 12 is the next amount, so 10 minutes time. So we will have a little bit of a delay now. They're basically moving the course further out. The wind has changed. There's a bigger wind hole on the inside, and that's obviously going to cause problems with the racing. So they're going to move the course further out. That's what we're just hearing. So results coming in from the last round. We have Japan 6, which was Kenta. Then we have Nakajima, I think it is, in second place. Then we've got Kaku in third place. And then J22, which is Koyinda, taking that 4th spot, who gets him into the next round. Next announcement is in 10 minutes' time as we reset the course. And we do have more announcements coming. Okay, so I think what the best thing to do, if you guys are just tuning in, or maybe you've been here already, let's do a little recap of what we've seen already today, because the action has been going off. I mean, it really has. We've seen some of the best racing we've seen on the PWA Tour for years. So let's leave you a bit of that action while we wait for the course to be moved.
こういう贅沢な旅をあなたに KQ for you
Okay. We're kicking off elimination 5, but we do have some news from the course. The wind is going down, 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 down. 6 to 10 knots on the course. Not quite what we had this morning. If you missed this morning, we've had up to 30 knots of wind. It feels like a different day. Now we're going back to well, not even proper light wind racing. We're already into heat number 3. So second round in the men. No one is anywhere near the start. So, yeah, easy start for William Huber, I think, down this bottom end. It's going to be pretty much a cruise for him. Jazunas, where is Mr. Ritas? Maybe he's like off your screens down this bottom end. You would expect him to have been on the line unless he's missed something. We've got Macker in the middle on the Neil Pride, the Frenchman. But yeah, where is Mr. Jazunas? I don't see him. So Ritas might have just missed his heat. But that would make sense. No, it wouldn't. He's in this heat. So Huber rounding first. Macker second. And we got 54, then 121, 75. So 121 is Nakai. Kuramochi is 54, and then coming through is Tajima. So it's going to go from absolutely balls to the walls commentary to quite sedate calling out the names. So we'll just relax through a couple of heats before we step up the vocals. But it's definitely dropped. I mean, there is some huge holes out there. There's some people not even playing in. Yeah, a bit disappointing, but at least we got that morning of absolute hell wind. That was beautiful to see. And it just goes to show, you know, to have some real strong slalom conditions, there's nothing that beats it. There is definitely nothing that beats high wind slalom. We need some event organizers to step up in some windy places. Where do we want to go? Come on, let me know in the comments. Give me some venues. Japan has definitely been a great venue. We've had a mixture of all conditions this week. We've still got today, the rest of today and tomorrow to go. So we are going to be crowning a world champion here. But where else would you like to go in the world? Anywhere else in Asia, maybe? Maybe there's some other spots. Great, nice jibe from William Huber. You can see he's right on the edge, though. This inside jibe mark is super light. Macker, you can say it's such a difference to this morning. 30 knots hanging on for grim death and now cruising around. Oh, way! That was a beauty. Get in there. I mean, fair play. Kuramochi there with probably one of the best dismounts we have seen this week. You're gonna be made famous here. Look at this. Way! Nice. That was a beauty. Oh, he did well to nearly save that. Oh, Kuramochi, what a legend. Good lad. The Stream Factory saying Fuerteventura and Pozo. I think we might be seeing Pozo come back. Oh, it's been cancelled, so it really has dropped. I mean, the wind has fallen off a cliff here. Got Mintox, hey, saying come to Perth. I tell you what, Perth will be great, a great venue. A bit of Fremantle racing or Safety Bay. There's a bit of weed in safety belt. Oh, Kuramachi. Still one of the best dismounts we've seen today. AC McMillan. That was probably my favourite from today. What else have we got? Skip saying, is that a spectator party boat on the outside mark? It might well be. They were out there yesterday. It was kind of Olympic-esque. Hello, hello. Check that mic. Check the mic. Yeah. I mean, there's definitely a lot of spots around the world with a fair bit of breeze, which could provide some crazy racing. Oh, okay. So we are in a bit of a light wind spot here. I think everyone's going to have to get the big stuff on if we're going to get, if we're going to recommence racing. It's right on the edge, 6 to 10 knots of breeze. Like I say, it feels like a totally different day now. Where else? Come on, let's pick out some windy venues. So I think Japan should definitely be on the tour. It's proved it's got a variety of different conditions. Aruba high winds, says the Stream Factory. I tell you what, I've been to Aruba. That was fun, and I think that would. I mean, when you've got Sarah Kita, you know, I mean, surely the government, the councils there should be having that PWA event back in Aruba. I mean, they've got diamond shops all over the place, so there's got to be some money there. Come on, Aruba, step up. Yeah, is it Penghu in Taiwan? Isn't that off Surf's Up, Penghu Island? Penghu, but isn't that the real windy place? I saw that on the Asian tour back in the day. When I was growing up, I always remember watching the Asian tour, and there was always this windy, is it an island? Windy Island? I think it's there. Or Boracay. Maybe I'm just coming up with some random names. Maybe someone can help me out. But pretty cool. Pozo, definitely. I know Bjorn is now running the Pozo event, so it wouldn't surprise me to see slalom back in Pozo. That would be insane. I think that could be some of the best slalom. You know, the windier, the better for me for slalom. There was a great event over in Portugal in Viana do Castelo. Great name, that. They had some really great racing. Wave slalom, come on, bring it back, wave slalom. I keep saying it. But I think we've got to stop asking the competitors what they want and give them what we want. And I think one of them for me is wave slalom. I know there's rules that goes with it and all this stuff, but I think we've just got to get round to what people want to see. And I'm pretty sure everyone would love a bit of wave slalom. So I think we're going to have a little bit of a break now because they're getting sent back to the beach. So I don't know if we can just replay the highlights from earlier. I think it's probably a good idea because we are going to have a bit of a hold now because the wind has dropped to really low minimals, so 6 to 10 knots. Yeah, so we're going to go on hold. Stay tuned to the stream. As soon as we commence racing, we'll be straight back on to bring you the live stream. But until then, let's play you some more highlights because you can never watch these highlights enough.
loving. Yeah. Oh, let's make a movie, with you, baby. Yeah. I just wanna move with your loving.
You and me are not the same. Worth the pain just to make you sweat. You try to tell me that you're over it, yeah. You know I love you, you know I love you. You got something to say.